All right, everybody, and welcome to what is the sixth issue of Manufactured Myth and Legerdemain's uh, Superhero Summer Limited Series event. My name is Matt Yancik. I am the host, the game master, the founder of this multinational conglomerate known as Manufactured Myth and Legerdemain. We have offices in Boston, New York City, Los Angeles, Dubai, Tokyo, and also in my imagination. Thanks very much for tuning in. So tonight we have a pretty interesting adventure for you. We are bringing you the Elasticized Man, played by none other than the science fiction, cyberpunk, fantasy legend, Walter Jon Williams. I'm particularly nervous tonight because I usually just play with people in my own league, but now I'm playing like in the big leagues, and I feel like I'm from the bush leagues, and I'm like suddenly going to be stressed out by this. But he's a nice guy, so I'm not too worried about it. But at any rate, we are going to be presenting the Elasticized Man, and I'd like to remind those of you that are watching at home that this adventure does not take place here on Earth. This adventure takes place on an alternate Earth, somewhere in dimension 275. And there, in dimension 275, an alternate reality played out in which superheroes won World War II, in which Operation Barbarossa was actually stopped by the Russians, who were using supers to, well, as a way of for experimentation. The United States dropped two psychic bombs on Japan, and John F. Kennedy was not actually assassinated, but actually turned out to be a superhero, or I should say a super being, a para being. The Kennedys went on to 4 terms. JFK survived for 2, followed by his brother Robert, who also went on to 2 terms. And a small civil war, well, is it ever small? A civil war erupted between the New England states and the Second Confederacy in the South. And in the West, well, Texas and California vie for control of what is left over in the West. But at any rate, that's another story for another day. And so at this point, I'm going to bring in my role-playing ringer, Walter Jon Williams, to join us as the Elasticized Man himself. Walter, thank you so much for playing tonight. I do appreciate it. How's it going
Oh,
over
you're
there?
very welcome.
You're saying it's super hot. Is that correct?
Well, it's a typical summer, but my air conditioning is broken. So I'm sitting here in a very hot room with one very tiny fan pushing air at me. Um,
Yes.
so if I faint dead away or something like that, you'll know what's happening.
I,
But
I we appreciate that. We have some cameos arranged for tonight. So if you faint dead away, if we cut to
okay,
someone else, that just means that Walter is receiving medical attention,
right.
and the other cameo heroes will be taking over for him. So Walter, at any rate, thank you so much. Why don't we just sort of get started here? I was hoping that perhaps you could tell us a little bit about who you're playing tonight, where we are playing, where the game's located, and we can just sort of take it from there.
Okay. Well, I'm playing a trust fund kid and perpetual student named
Hmm.
Josh Dole,
Hmm.
who has sort of over time developed the uh, elasticized qualities to his body. So he
Hmm.
can think of, Mr. Fantastic or Plastic Man or one of those guys. And he's a Harvard student, and he's been there for 8 or 9 years without actually having graduated. Although he's been a full-time student the whole time, and maybe we'll get into why that is happening. But he lives in Cambridge. He's got an apartment there, and he's sort of an accidental hero. He's known for he sort of by accident found himself in a situation in which people were in danger, and he acted to prevent that.
Right.
And so he's kind of new to the heroing business, and he's not sure that he's really suited for it.
And do you want to, like, I know that we had sort of talked about this beforehand, but would you like to sort of say anything about what Josh was involved with in order to sort of become a hero, or maybe experiment with being a hero? What exactly happened?
I assumed that it was a robbery, a hostage situation, something like that, with armed people threatening to do bad things to unarmed people.
Sounds good. And
Yeah.
so Josh intervened, and then he was able to sort of what do you
Sort of a public figure, but he's not. He doesn't have a fancy costume. He doesn't fly, and up till this point, he's used his abilities mainly to create practical jokes.
Okay. And so what's interesting here is what you just mentioned. He's sort of a public figure. How maybe well known is Josh in this
Well,
world?
I think there were a few headlines when he did the rescue.
Okay.
And so after that, people began to sort of assume that he was a superhero, but nothing has really come of that yet. That's in fairly recent past.
And so he's not really pursuing that per se. He's pursuing his studies at Harvard, and that's kind of like the extent of his interest in.
Well, he understands what you're supposed to do if you're a superhero, which is that you go out on nightly patrols to find evildoers and capture them, and he has done some of that, but he can't find any evildoers.
Yes.
Oddly enough, evildoers don't want witnesses around when they're doing evil. So, they see him coming and they say, hey, we should stop doing evil till this guy leaves, that.
Right, exactly. And so let me ask you this, though. Does he have any kind of distinguishing, like, obviously he can sort of like bend and stretch himself, but can he keep it under control? So, like, if he wants to pass among normal humans, no one would ever know.
He's been practicing this for a long time.
Okay. Okay. Sounds cool.
He started developing these abilities when he was a child. And he learned that he could gross people out by like pulling his finger out to hear, right?
Right, yeah. So like taking the whole like double jointed thing like a step further, and like
at first they just thought he was double jointed, but it turns out that he could do more than that. But the abilities developed over time. There was no sort of one big origin moment when he became the Elasticized Man. He's just it happened over a period of 15 years, say.
Okay, got it. Then, so tell us a little bit more about how he does. Well, I guess I'll leave it up to you. Do you want to say anything at all about perhaps like why he's been such a student for so long, or do you want to kind of let that?
I can go into that if it's not going to be brought up in the course of the game. I'm happy to go into it.
I think that it might come up in the game, but otherwise we could probably just get started with it. And
I let me just say that I stole this plot element, hook, line, and sinker, from Roger Zelazny's Doorways in the Sand. And if you've read that book, you'll know why I've been such a student for a long time. And if you can wait to be enlightened, I think.
I think that will probably be okay. I actually haven't read it. I've read other stuff by him, but I haven't read that one specifically. So we'll find out.
Okay.
But at any rate, let's get the game started. So I want to ask you, Josh, the Elasticized Man. Can you tell me a little bit about your day and how it goes, and we can sort of figure out where we can start the game. What do you typically do in any given day?
Well, it's basically I basically live the student life. I attend classes, I do my homework, I hang out at the student union. Assuming Harvard has a student union, I kind of assume it does.
Yes.
Yeah. Occasionally go to a pub at night
Mm-hmm.
and see if I can meet anyone interesting. I have a slacker buddy who didn't graduate, um, and his name is Weasel.
Oh, okay. You did come up with a name. Okay,
That's
sounds good.
that's Weasel with a Z, Weezle.
Oh, W and a double E, W E
Yeah,
E
and
Z.
he's a guitar player in a band, and he also earns money by going out and busking at Harvard Square or whatever.
Sounds perfect. Actually, I saw some of those just this morning when I went for a
Uh,
run. So very grounded in reality, Josh. Very good with that.
yeah.
What would he typically be doing then? Like, let's say that it's
Oh,
like
what time of day is it?
I'm gonna say it's the morning.
Okay. Um, I think he will go find a coffee shop and have breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Drink enough coffee to keep him conscious for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Walk over to the university. Um, if it's a nice day, he'll hang out outdoors. Uh, and if he has a class, he'll go to meet the class.
As this is happening, and as you are walking across, I'm going to say you're going across Radcliffe Quad on your
Okay.
way maybe from one dorm or from the dormitory area to one of the classroom areas, maybe to take a summer class, maybe to make up a credit or something like
Okay.
that,
Yeah.
maybe. Um, there's a fellow that's clearly been someone that you know very well, and in
Hmm.
fact has been a bit of a pest,
Okay.
interfering in your life, and that is of course the dean,
Right.
who steps out from behind a bush, not
He's
too
actually
far.
physically ambushing me now. Okay.
He is physically ambushing you from a bush.
Right.
He is ambushing you. Tell us a little bit about Dean Kruger as he comes stomping towards you,
Yeah.
like just laser focused on
Well,
intercepting you.
Kruger. Yeah, Kruger is the dean of arts and sciences,
Hmm.
and he very much wishes that I would graduate.
Hmm.
I don't know why. I haven't done anything to hurt him, but he's got this idea of what college is for, and that includes graduation. And
Hmm.
I don't see the point, quite frankly.
Yes, I can completely understand that.
Mhm.
Um, and so what does he look like as he's kind of steaming and heading over towards you? Any ideas about how he's dressed and
Well, I think he's dressed, fairly correctly,
hmm
because tie, suit, um, because he's got to maintain his appearances. He's the dean of arts and sciences, and he's a very important guy on campus.
And so as he sort of steams toward you, his legs pumping at
Uh,
you, he just waves his arm
uh-huh.
and steps in front of you and just looks you up and down.
Hello, Dean
Well,
Kruger.
Mr. Dole, if it isn't the heir apparent to the great pineapple empire, I see.
Well, that's one of my cousins, but whatever. I have a
Well,
piece of the pineapple.
Mr. Dole, I need to see you in my office immediately. This is really, well, that is, unless you would like me to publicly eviscerate you. And he
Oh, well,
looks left, looks right, as if he were kind of proud of what we're going on right now.
all right. Well, I'm happy to go to your office right now.
So with that, he, without even waiting for you to sort of, as if, he doesn't he knows you're going to be following after him.
Yeah.
He steams back toward his office, and you do follow along with him.
Mhm.
Um, and as you enter the office, quite a few of the people that are working there look up. And when they look up and they see the dean and they see yourself
Mhm.
tagging along behind him, um, they do a bit of a double take,
Uh,
sigh, and then quickly go back to their work
I
because
just
they
give him a
know.
wave.
They
Yeah.
know once again that the heir apparent to the great Dole pineapple fortune, whether he really is or not, is back in
Mhm.
Dean Kruger's office.
Right.
And Kruger steams into his room, throws the door open, doesn't even wait for it to, doesn't even keep it open. It just bounces back in your face, and you're kind of
Mhm.
forced to grab
Uh-huh.
the handle and then step forward and enter into it. And he motions for you to sit down already.
Mhm.
Just sit down, son.
All right. I'll sit down.
He steps around the other side of his desk, and he's got a copy of the Harvard Crimson
Mhm.
rolled up in his hand as if you were a small dog and he were about to swat you with it. He squeezes it as he speaks. Son, what exactly do you think you're doing at our institution? What are you doing, sir?
Well, it's an institution of learning, and I'm here learning.
Learning, you
I'm a
say.
full-time student.
Well, I would say yes. You do qualify as a full-time student twice. Well, I'm sorry, this is breaking character now. Are you a grad student or undergrad student at this point?
Undergrad. Yeah.
You've could have graduated 2 times over at this point, young man. It's been eight
Yes.
years. 8
Yes.
years. My Several of my children have graduated high school and gone on to graduate college. In the time that
Well,
you
congratulations, sir.
He rolls the newspaper up as if he were just ready to swat you. Josh, it's been 8 years since you've come here.
Yes.
You've been switching from one major to the next major. You've been moving from one class to another, and yet you still haven't graduated. What exactly do you think that you're doing here? I
Well,
understand that you're learning. I admire the fact, and how are your grades actually?
my grades are actually pretty good. Yeah.
And I admire the fact that yes, of course your grades, and he pulls out your file and he starts looking through
Mm.
it and flipping. I do understand that your grades are quite good, uh, but I just don't understand this. I don't
Well,
get it.
well, it's the purpose of a university is to educate and to make better people. And I feel that I'm educating and becoming a better, being educated. And the more I'm educated, the better a person I am.
He looks as if he wants to disagree with you on that, and he's very frustrated for a moment until he just says, "But look at this," and he throws a copy of the Harvard Crimson in your lap.
Okay. I will
Um,
look at it.
and when you open it up, there are essentially the front page has two articles. Above the crease, there's an article on a jailbreak. Look at that. And Dean Kruger taps the crimson.
Mhm. Okay. Yes, sir. There's been a jailbreak, I see.
No, and look at that. And he leans over and he points below the crease
Uh,
where there is a smiling image of someone that you would recognize,
uh,
your former girlfriend.
okay. Madison.
Madison, that's her name then.
Madison Warden is her name.
Madison Warden is on the cover.
Hmm.
And take a look at what that article says. And as you take a look at the article,
Hmm.
it is, she of course graduated. How many years ago did Madison graduate?
Oh, 3 or 4 years ago.
3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So looking at the article, you can see that for the past it's an article on a Harvard graduate, Madison,
Hmm.
who has graduated and gone on to do great things. She is currently performing the lead in The Sound of Music at the Boston Opera House.
Wow.
A show which has been receiving praise up and down since it's opened the last maybe 2 weeks or so ago.
Hmm.
Um, look look at that young lady. That was your she's your former girlfriend. Is this correct?
That's correct. Yeah, but we're still friends.
But Josh,
Yeah,
look at me.
sir.
That is a successful Harvard graduate.
I know. I'm very proud of it.
Now he reaches behind him. He grabs actually something. He opens up a coat closet. He pulls out what looks like a picture frame at first, and then he holds up a mirror. Now look at this. Who do you see in the mirror?
A successful undergraduate.
He's holding it, and you feel for a moment like the mirror is gonna shatter. And then he counts to 10. He puts it back into the coat closet, and he looks you deep in the eye. Joshua, I have some bad news for you.
Yes.
You're no longer a student here.
How is that possible? I've been maintaining my grades. I When I change a major, it's in accordance with the catalog for my year.
Well, you see, I understand that for the past 8 years or so, you have been maintaining your grades.
Mhm.
And of course, we have been receiving your tuition at a steady rate.
Yes.
But it seems, and he leans over and he grabs a big stack of papers and he sets them in your lap.
Mhm.
And as you flip through it, you can kind of see that they are records. They're rather long records because the
Mhm.
truth is, uh, very few students have been going to undergrad school for 8 years and still have yet to actually graduate. I want you to take a look at the last few payments there on your tuition. And you do, and it looks like they were not received.
Well, clearly, I will have to talk to my trustee.
I I would say clearly so.
Yeah.
Because something apparently I am not the only person that is rather tired of this Peter Pan act over the last 8 years. Apparently someone, whoever it is that's responsible for paying your tuition, has decided to cut you off. They felt maybe you
I
had
don't
had
think you can
too
do
many.
that in accordance with the rules of the trust.
Well,
Very familiar with them.
that is
And I
something
continue to receive the supplement as long as I am a full-time student and have not yet graduated.
that is something for you to work out
Hmm.
with your benefactors, your
Right.
family, your Pineapple Empire Kingdom people.
Yes. I'll do that right away.
So let me ask you this, and this is a little bit out of character.
Okay.
And you can be honest. You can say yes or no. Are you living in a dorm on campus,
No,
or are
no,
you?
I have a very nice apartment in Cambridge.
Oh, oh, don't worry. I'm a game master. I've taken care of that. So
Oh,
don't
okay.
be too happy or proud of your made up character yet.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So in that case, he looks at you and he tells you, by the way, young fellow, when you straighten this out, there was an individual that came by earlier, and I think this may be tied into your problems, perhaps. In a suit, bow tie, suspenders, bespectacled.
Right. Do I recognize this description at all?
Why don't you do this? Let's make our first roll of the night. So
All
what I'm going to
right.
do at this point is I'm actually going to explain what we're doing tonight. the rule set that we're using. So we're using something called the Marvel Superheroes Role-Playing Game by TSR. Now, this is an old school version. It was written by Jeff Grubb and Steve Winter probably 30 years ago. Maybe more. I don't want to think about it as more because it just makes me feel older and older. But it was written a long time ago, and it uses something called the phase rip system. And phase rip is essentially what we would call our attributes if we were playing, in any other role-playing game: fighting, agility, strength, endurance, reason, intuition, and psyche. So Walter has just asked, is this somebody that I would probably recognize?
Mhm.
So I'm going to ask him to make a how about an intuition
Okay.
roll, if
Well,
you
my intuition is excellent.
Okay. So intuition is excellent. So Walter is going to roll essentially percentile dice.
Okay.
He's rolling two 10-sided dice, and when he does that, you said it was excellent, Walter?
Yeah.
Okay. So he is going to roll his excellent intuition, and he's going to compare that to something called the universal table. And I can actually do it over on my end, but if you take a look at this table, it has different ranks of abilities,
Hmm.
and they are either white, green, yellow, or red. And usually the white area means not so much a success, and the red means a flaming success. But not always. So Walter's going to roll his excellent intuition, and then we're going to see where it placed on the universal table. So
Excellent.
whenever you want to go ahead and roll those d10s,
By the
and
way, I just want to say I think this is a really nice piece of design to have everything on one table.
I I love it too. I think it's really cool. Like
Mhm.
it's kind of scary when I first saw it. I was like, "Oh my gosh," like when I was a little kid, but now I kind of get it.
Yeah. Okay. I roll a 55.
Okay. 55 on excellent. So that is actually in the green. Um the description reminds you,
Hmm.
come to think of it, there's an odd black sheep uncle
Hmm.
that you have, and it reminds you of the man that was the caretaker of his estate, maybe one of his lawyers. Someone that you
Okay.
saw around. We'll talk about this. We'll talk about this uncle a little bit later. But for right now,
Okay.
that's about the best you can kind of come up with.
Okay. What did this gentleman want with you?
He wanted you. And Kruger leans in
For
and
what?
just, he would not say. He said
Oh,
he had private business that concerned only you.
if he's the person I think he is, he just could have given me a phone call.
There may
But
have been some reasons. Have
all
you
right.
checked? Oh, go ahead.
No, well, I haven't checked anything yet. I just found out about this. So,
Hmm.
I'll see if I can call Uncle Ebenezer or whatever his name is.
Well, you'll have to figure that out
All
for
right.
yourself, young fellow. But for right now, you're no longer a student here until you paid up.
I understand. Hey, I've got really good grades. What are my odds for a scholarship?
He doesn't look happy at that. He looks down at the Harvard Crimson in your lap as if he wanted to take it out of your lap, roll it up, and then like hit you in the nose with it like a
Huh.
like a puppy.
Okay. Well, I'll say, well, thank you, Dean Kruger, and I will leave, and I will take the Harvard Crimson with me unless he really desperately wants it back.
No, no,
I
not
figure,
particularly.
I've got the superhero sideline. I'll see what the jailbreak is about.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. So you then head off of campus,
Mhm.
and with that, I'm assuming, are you going to, well, I don't know. What do you want to do next?
Well, I think I'll go back to my apartment and I'll check to see how well the Jello shots are congealing in the freezer,
Oh.
because I was planning on doing Jello shots with Weasel later tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will call the lawyer that's in charge of the trust.
Mm-hmm. So on your way back to your
Mm,
apartment,
Okay.
you try to call your lawyer, but unfortunately, it looks like your phone has been disconnected.
Aha. I'm beginning to feel that I am the object of a sinister conspiracy. Do I have a landline?
Could be. I don't know. That's up to you to decide. What do you
Yeah.
realistically think?
I think I'm a landline and cell phone kind of guy.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe once you get back to your apartment, you can go ahead and check out your.
I'll see if either of my phones are working.
Yeah, sure. So at this point, do you want to try and do anything else with your phone, like get it checked out or anything like that, or it
Well,
just
okay.
doesn't look like it's.
Which phone isn't working? Is it the landline or the?
Well, you haven't made it back to your apartment yet. I sort of
Okay.
assume that as you're walking
Okay. So
back, you're checking it.
it's my cell phone that isn't working. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to stop like at an AT&T or something, or an M, or and get it checked out?
If there's one on the way, yeah, sure.
Sure, why not? This is a
Mm,
game. There's anything we
uh,
want on the way.
yeah.
So you stop at an AT&T, and the clerk explains to you, "I'm so sorry, sir, but we have not received payment in such and such an amount of time,
Mm.
and we've been trying to contact you, but for some reason you just
I
we
have a
haven't gotten any."
phone.
Yeah, well, it wasn't working though. We had to shut it off, and so that's why we
Yeah.
have a hard
Well,
time
you could have
contacting
given me
you.
a little warning, a little heads up. I
Well,
would
we
have.
we
Yeah.
sent several people, but you were never around. So,
Mm.
at any rate, we're so sorry about that, sir. But it looks like the bill has not been paid. And he mentions an amount of time that roughly fits the amount of time that your tuition hasn't
Uh-huh.
been paid.
Okay. Right. Well, I'll go home.
Heading
Yeah,
home,
and see if I've been evicted from my apartment because of non-payment.
heading back,
I'm beginning to see a pattern here.
heading back to your home. Um, can you tell us? I mean, you don't have to, but I was just wondering, do you want to tell us anything about where you live?
Well, other than Cambridge, I don't know Cambridge all that well. So,
Hmm.
it's a nice student neighborhood. It's not super fancy Cambridge. It's, near the university. It's convenient. It's a nice one-bedroom apartment. Um,
You can,
suitable for an undergraduate with, a certain amount of money.
yeah,
So,
you could
yeah.
just say brick building and everybody
Okay.
would understand. It's a large brick building.
Okay.
And that's a perfectly described Cambridge building.
All
Um,
right.
as you turn the corner, you're a little startled to see that there are several large trucks,
Uh,
cargo trucks or moving trucks or that
right.
sort of shape, and there are quite a few large, burly looking men and women
Uh,
that are moving someone out of their apartment.
do I recognize the furniture?
Make an intuition roll.
I need to make an intuition
No,
roll to
make a
recognize the
yes,
furniture.
yes.
Okay. All right. 82.
Oh, that's your goldfish in the bowl. Look at No, wait, that's my couch. That's your
I
couch.
gotta save Sammy.
Do you want to
Um,
go grab Sammy?
yeah, I think so.
Running over there, the man's like, "Hey, buddy, this is official business. You can't take this goldfish. It's
That's
it's
my
a
goldfish.
it's a living creature. Living creature
Yes.
can't belong to anyone." What are you talking about? This is nobody's goldfish. This goldfish is its own
What
goldfish.
are you planning on doing with the goldfish?
I'm gonna free it. Well, okay,
I,
I've said too much. But anyway, we're moving. So there's some deadbeat that didn't pay. We're just moving him out.
oh,
Landlord's up on 3.
uh,
He's dealing with it, supervising everything.
okay. Do I know my landlord?
I don't know. Do you?
I don't know. Well, probably, to say hi to, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I would
Yeah.
kind of guess you've probably said hello to him a lot, but he just knows that gets steady checks from the
Uh-huh.
Dole family or whatever it
Right.
is,
Hmm.
and perhaps something happened.
Okay.
Um,
The Dole Educational Trust.
Yeah, yes, exactly. That's right for wayward members of the family that never graduate. Um,
No, I'm the
so
only member of the family that never graduated. The rest of them just fine, But
yes, right. It's not for want of
they
trying.
just weren't clever enough to find the loophole.
Yes, exactly. So you bound up three
Uh,
flights of stairs, and on the way up, you see a few items, and you can tell me whether or not you. First of all, did you take the goldfish? He's not gonna like seriously wrestle it away. You probably could have taken it.
well, I think I will take it. Guess what? I'm a superhero.
Oh,
I'll just
cool.
shoot
This
my
is your
arm out, and
the moment you do that, he looks a little bit freaked out. He's like, "Whoa, wait. Are you like the Elasticized Man, or are you Mr. Anything? Which one are
that's
you?"
I'm both. Mr. Anything is my nickname.
No, you can't be both, cause
I'm the
I.
elasticized man.
Oh, okay. I thought so, cause the Mr. Anything is much better looking.
Okay.
I figured. So with that, he's like, "Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Elasticized Man. You can take your goldfish, but just remember, goldfish are people too." And he goes back to moving stuff back and forth. So you bound up the stairs, and as you're going up the stairs, you see that there are other items. Like there's like your favorite plant that's being taken.
Uh,
There's also an item that you don't quite remember at this point, but
uh,
there's a box that's filled with like dusty old stuff in
uh,
it. And looking at it, it's actually got stenciled on the side.
uh,
It says Arthur Carter Dole, and it says 1916.
oh, okay. And I've had this box in my possession for years without
The way
looking.
that I see it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and we can kind of, but I sort of see your. You can tell me if I'm wrong on this, but I sort of saw your character as just sort of taking things that are given to him, and like sometimes the Dole family will like they'll drop things off or they'll leave
Sure.
them, and like you might have some things like in your possession that you
No,
didn't know.
I'm sure I inherited stuff from
That's
people
kind
who
of
lived in this area and or and moved or died or something.
right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So there's a box. You're gonna grab that one, or
Uh, I think so. Yeah.
so you're able to do your. I'm not even gonna make you roll for this part. You're able to sort of like do your elastic thing, and you grab the
Yeah.
box, and the mover is like all upset. So now you got a goldfish in one arm, and then you have like a cardboard box
I
with
can
some.
have as many arms as I want.
Oh,
So
that's true.
yeah.
That is absolutely true.
And if my computer goes by, I'm going to grab that.
Um, Not yet. It doesn't look
Okay.
like it,
All
or
right.
maybe it's already gone.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
hard to know. So at any rate, you bound up the stairs, and there you are with your two arms and maybe a third or fourth that's like holding
Uh,
onto the railing. And
uh,
then sure enough, at the end of the hallway, there is your apartment. And
uh,
standing outside the apartment, supervising all of this, is the landlord, who you've probably seen in passing quite a few times because you don't hold down a steady job and
uh,
mostly you're just in and out, and every so often he has to like talk to you about keeping the
uh,
noise down or like
right.
not putting your dirty well, never mind. Anyway, I was going to say something
Well,
about the
not letting my friend busk in the corridors is probably
yes,
one
that
of the things
sort of
we've had
thing.
a conversation about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not letting like your dirty like buddies kind of like hang out outside the building.
Mm, yeah.
Um, he looks at you for a moment and he looks a little bit uncomfortable.
Uh-huh.
He's not really a confrontational type, and
Okay.
looks away as if you're not
So I just
there.
looked at him and said, "Okay, boss, what's going on?"
Oh, Mr. Dole. Mr. Dole.
Yeah.
I. How are you today?
Uh, well, I was fine until about half an hour ago, and then things that belonged to me started disappearing.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Where did they go?
Um, apparently. someone has interfered with my trust fund payments.
Well, I'm not aware of that, but I can tell you that unfortunately, we've been checking our records here, and he
Uh,
pulls out some files and he sorts through some papers and he shows you some signed documents, and there's a lease signed by not you, but by like the lawyer that represented you when they
uh,
got you the apartment, and it's in like
right.
so and so's, maybe some other dole's name, or it's in the name of the corporation that takes care of
Yeah.
the ne'er do well
The Dole
doles.
Family Educational Trust.
Yes, there we go. That's right. He shows you the files, and sure enough, looking them over, around the same time that the
Uh-huh.
tuition payments and the phone payments stopped, so too
Uh,
did payments to your lease.
right. Now, I sort of wish I were a hacker enough to find out if the payments actually stopped or whether the records only say that the payments stopped.
Well, he looks a little confused at that.
Uh, well, for instance, somebody could have hacked your computer and removed records of the perfectly legitimate payments which you actually did receive.
He looks left and he looks right, and he says, "That is how Biden got into office after all."
Oh, well, yeah, sure.
Then he leans back.
It's a tradition.
So, with that, he says, I'm so sorry, Mr. Dole. We tried to
Uh,
contact you, but your phone seems to have been disconnected.
yes,
Um,
apparently someone's been interfering with my phone payments as well.
is it the same Dole Educational Trust Fund?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
So I have been trying to reach the lawyer who controls the Dole Educational Trust Fund, but
Oh,
as I do not have a phone, I haven't been able to reach him. So could you loan me your phone? Or maybe my landline is still in operation. Um,
well, I don't know about that. What I'm currently having done, unfortunately, in light of the fact that the rent has not been paid in such and such months, we are actually confiscating, and we're allowed to do this. We're confiscating your items so that we could perhaps reach some sort of an agreement with pay. But I would be willing to look the other way if you wanted to perhaps go into your apartment and grab a thing or two.
all right. Well, thank you. I already have Sammy the fish. Um,
So with that, he indeed literally looks the other way,
uh,
and he awaits your
okay. Well,
disappearance.
all right. Well, I will look around and see if like my computer is still around.
Your computer is still there.
Okay. I get my computer.
Yeah.
I put
Laptop,
it
I
in,
assume.
yeah, in its traveling bag.
Hmm.
I get a garbage bag and put some clothing in it. Um, and then I see if my landline is working.
What should I do in this situation? So, yes, actually, as a matter of fact, your landline does appear to still be working. You get
Okay.
a dial tone.
All right. Well, I dial up the Dole Family Educational Trust.
Now, if this were the year 1980, I would
Uh-huh.
allow you without a roll to dial up the trust.
Uh-huh.
But this is the year 2021 when absolutely no one has numbers memorized anymore.
That's true.
Even
I,
even
I,
though,
I would, however, know the name of the law firm.
well, so that,
So
oh, okay, that's
so I
right.
can ask directory
You're gonna
assistants to connect
call
me with the law firm.
call.
Once I get the law firm,
Is it a rotary phone? Are you gonna like make it?
no, it's kind of like a steampunk phone.
Oh, okay. Um, so you end up dialing 0. The
Uh,
operator puts you through
uh,
to the Dole Family Educational Trust. Dole
right,
Educational.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
Dole Family Educational Trust. Uh, Hello, Dole Family Educational Trust. This
Hello.
is
May I speak with Mr. Quincy?
Mr. Quincy is on another line. Who shall I say is calling?
This is Josh Dole.
No, it's not.
Why would I lie?
All right, okay, hold on just a moment. Can he call you back in about 10 minutes, Josh?
I think so. I think I can probably squat in this apartment for 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. So, oh, and are you on your cell phone or your landline?
This is the landline.
Okay. And she asked
It's
for
just
that.
going to go away between now and
She
the time he tries to call me, but
she
okay.
snickers. She snickers when you say landline, but she's like,
Uh,
okay. So, she hangs up. Is there anything you like to do while you wait out your 10 minutes?
well, I'll search my apartment for anything, portable and valuable or that has sentimental, you know,
So what
whatever.
will
I'll take my picture of Madison.
mm-hmm. So what we can
Um,
say here, because we don't have to go through all of the details, but
mm,
I'll just allow you through if there's a reason why, and you can kind of convince me of it later on in the adventure,
uh,
we can just say you picked up several items, and then you
uh,
may be able to pull them out later on in the adventure
uh,
if they
yeah.
might be worthy of something. But is there
Uh,
anything in particular, maybe that's very particular to your character, besides that picture of Madison and your laptop, that you'd also like to,
let's
you
see.
know,
Well, if I have a backup drive, I'll take that.
right.
Um, if I don't know, I'd like to take all the board games from my closet, but
I guess you can
even
carry
though
all
I
this
have
stuff.
effectively an infinite number of hands, that's probably a little
Right.
past me. So yeah,
I suppose it's possible. I mean, it is
yeah.
possible that you could do that. Okay. So we'll say that these 10 minutes have elapsed, and
Mm,
sure enough, the landline rings. You pick up,
mm.
and who is the contact? What was his name again?
Quincy.
Quincy. Okay. What is Quincy like?
Quincy is an old school Boston lawyer.
Hmm.
He's a white shoe law firm,
Hmm.
been with my family for the last 150 years. Um,
So he's about that old then. Josh.
yes.
Young
Hi, Mr. Quincy.
young
What's happening?
Master Josh, it's so good to hear from you again.
Mhm.
Did you How are you? Oh, hold on one moment. I've forgotten. Did you call me or did I call you?
I called you
Oh, okay.
because I am in the process of being evicted for non-payment of my rent. My phone has
Evicted.
been cut off for non-payment, and
Hmm.
I've been kicked out of Harvard for non-payment of tuition.
Hmm. You don't
So
say.
if you can manage to fix this, I'd be very grateful, but it shouldn't have happened in the first place. So,
That's a very odd thing to
yes.
have happened. Hold on just a moment. Let me check our records.
All right.
And you can hear he's shuffling through paper records
Okay.
because Quincy has been working for your family for 150 years and he still keeps everything on paper. And you
Right.
just hear shuffling sounds, more
Yeah.
shuffling sounds. You hear an adding machine for just a moment, and then you hear more shuffling sounds. And then at a certain point, you're not sure, but you may be hearing an abacus as it goes back and
Okay.
forth.
Yeah.
And then he comes back on the line. Well, yes, actually, I I see that we did actually, to be honest, cut you off. However, due to a clerical error, we had forgotten to inform you. However, I have been advised by my lawyer, who has been working for me for approximately 300 years, that I should inform you now. You are no longer
Yes. So
under.
why have I been cut off? There's no provision in the trust documents for any of this.
There is actually a small provision on page 327, paragraph 4, subparagraph 2, footnote 1. In the event that another dole should intervene. At such point, all fund, all money shall be cut off, so that the new dole. Hold on one moment. You hear him shuffling papers. The new dole will take up such responsibilities as caring for the former trust fund E of the foundation.
So who is the new dole?
I don't know. That's a secret.
I don't think you can keep that a secret.
Well,
Their names are going to be on trust documents.
I'm bound from telling you that, unfortunately.
Hmm. How very interesting. So, well, I'm reasonably familiar with my family genealogy. Can I think of anyone who might want to do this?
Let's take a
I mean,
let's
what? Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Quincy this. What does it take to become a new dole?
You're asking him what does it take to
I'm asking him.
become a new dole?
Yeah, what makes a new dole? Um, what are the requirements to be a new dole?
He says he basically explains that there are times the doles take care of each other.
Hmm.
And of course, when certain doles pass on, other doles are the recipients of
Hmm.
what is left over. And it looks like
Well,
some
that's the
sort
whole
of
point of the trust.
complex sort of interweaving of different trust funds and sub-paragraphs and footnotes and headings on paragraph B, C, and D. It looks like you have been switched from one to the other.
One trust fund to the other, or one?
The care
Okay,
of one organization for the doles to another.
okay, but I'm not allowed to know what I've been switched to.
That organization should contact you, and for privacy reasons, I am not allowed to discuss.
Well, how are they going to contact me since I do not have a phone and I no longer have a place to live?
Well, sir, perhaps you could get a
As a
job?
result of, for instance, your negligence.
He laughs, and it's a dry laugh,
Mm.
as if from a coffin.
Uh-huh.
He's he's not worried about that.
Okay. Take on the superhero then, see how far you get. All right. While I say thank you for being completely opaque and you've given me a lot to think about. And I hang up.
And he hangs up as well. Can I remind you of something that you would probably remember and you might
Uh-huh.
have forgotten within the game?
Okay.
Um, I did mention the caretaker
Uh-huh.
that you recognize as maybe having come to see you for an uncle that was more of a black sheep, perhaps, than you are.
Right.
So
Okay.
this is something I don't feel that I'm sort of cheating the game here at all. Like I think that you would have remembered this connection.
Yeah.
Um,
And so, yes, my black sheep uncle, do I recall his name?
um, as a matter of fact, his name is written on the cardboard box
Oh,
that
okay.
you have
So he
rescued, Arthur
Arthur
Carter
Carter Dole.
Dole.
All right. Okay. Well, I think I will see what's in the cardboard box.
Okay then. Um, oh, and at this point, actually, your landlord is
Well, are the movers still carrying my shit out?
yeah, all of it. They're about
Okay.
ready
Well,
to
I'm,
pick
I'm not.
up the
I'm not going to
chair that
stop
you're
them. I'm
sitting
just going
in.
to. I'm not. I will sit down on the floor while I look through this box.
It looks
What?
like there's a realtor waiting to like show
I'm
the
not. I'm not
apartment.
interfering with you in any way.
He does nothing, and he goes out and he talks to the realtor, and you can hear them
Uh,
having a little discussion. Okay, so going through the box,
right.
here is what you find. The first thing that you find is a partially you find the outer shell of a diary
Mm.
with no pages in it. The pages look like they've just been torn completely out. The next thing that you find is what looks like a map.
Mm.
And it's a map of a labyrinth or some sort of maze that's shaped,
Okay.
and at the center of it is a pineapple.
Right. The well-known Dole pineapple labyrinth. Yes.
I
Do I know
can't.
of this? Do I know of this from like family history, or is this?
You can go ahead and make a, we'll call it a reason roll.
Okay.
What's your reason rank?
My reason is good,
Oh, okay.
and I roll a 29, which suggests to me it's
Your brain just kind of sputters the way a car engine that
uh,
wants to turn over on a cold
okay.
day then decides to sort of like, no, it's too cold out, I'm not turning on.
Mhm.
That's the way your brain
Right.
sputters.
Okay. Um.
So far you have a essentially the outside of a book with all the, or a journal,
Right.
maybe I should say more
Okay.
specifically, with all the pages torn out. You have a map which looks like a map of a labyrinth with a pineapple as
Mhm.
part of the labyrinth, like in the
Yeah.
center. And then the third thing is a bag, and this kind of takes up most of the space in the
Mhm.
box. It's a bag of clothing that looks like it's out of 1910, 1920s America.
Mhm.
Like a suit, a full suit, maybe some
Uh,
casual like slacks and some dress shirts.
yeah.
There's like the cap. I think it's called a bowler's. Is it a bowler's cap that it's called?
Well,
Um,
bowler is the Laurel and Hardy hat.
yeah, there's a bowler's cap, and
Okay.
the is it the boxer's cap? I'm going through all the different cap names. What's the one that Robert Redford wears in The Sting? Like those.
I don't fedora. I don't know.
Okay, a fedora. We'll just say that
Yeah.
because the game
Okay.
master can't remember, and he didn't. I can never remember the name of this particular type of hat. So
Okay.
you find these hats.
Trilby. Pombird.
Sure. No, no. It's a tricorn hat. No.
Oh, it must belong to Mr. Quincy.
Right.
Uh,
Yes, maybe. So, you also find, looking at it, the most bizarre thing of all that you find is what appears to be. You open it up, another bag up, and it's got like it's all fur, and you
uh,
start like pulling the fur out, and you're twisting it and turning it this way and that, and like it's got like leather straps and things like that, and you realize that you're looking at like a barbarian outfit.
okay. So,
It
my
looks
one
like
of my
something that you'd see.
ancestors like to dress up as a Visigoth.
Yeah, I was gonna say it
Like,
looks like something out of, or he's a Conan the Barbarian fan or something.
uh,
So uh, essentially this 1910, 1920s
mhm.
fashion era clothing. You
Okay.
find the barbarian's outfit. You find the map with the dole,
Uh,
or with the pineapple in the center, and then last but not least, a journal
the
with like
dire.
all the pages, diary with the pages
Okay.
ripped out.
Okay. Well, I will look to see if does, does the diary have end papers?
Does it have what?
End papers?
Oh, and what specifically are end papers?
Well,
Like,
they are like on the inside
uh-huh.
of a book cover. They would be a paper, um, plastic glued to the inside
Oh,
of the letter.
like a plaque, like a paper plaque that would say like
Yeah,
whose it is.
it might say that, or it might be blank, but they usually put something there, and often the space behind it is hollow.
I like this question. I like
Yeah.
this
Okay.
question very much. Um, taking a look at it, it does have one. It appears to be blank.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And
Well,
are you going to?
I will play with it, but I don't think the middle of my living room apartment is, the best place to do this. So,
Actually, your landlord leans in and he
mm,
says, "It's not your apartment anymore. No, no offense, but the middle of my apartment." And he's got a realtor with
right.
him who I'm assuming you're leaving now.
Mm.
So as
Uh, I will. Actually, since the landline is still working, I'm going to call Madison.
the landlord just like sighs, and so you call Madison,
Hmm.
and it goes right to her voicemail. What's the
Okay.
message you want to leave?
Hi, Madison. I saw some great reviews of your show today.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations. I was in the Harvard Crimson. I don't know if you get that anymore, but
Mm-hmm.
if you can find it, actually I'll bring you a copy.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if I might stay with you for the next couple of nights because I've lost my apartment for reasons that I will, get into later.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but anyway, or if I can't crash with you, can I at least leave some of my possessions there? Right. Thank you very much.
Or maybe at
Bye.
least the goldfish.
Yeah.
So, you leave the message,
Hmm?
and so hopefully she'll be
And yeah,
contacting you somehow
right.
later on.
Right.
Um,
And then I unplug the phone and I take it with me. Because
every
I
little
paid
bit.
AT&T $55 for this damn phone
That's right.
when I moved into this place.
So you head out, and as you head out, there's a realtor that comes in, and you can kind of hear as the door closes behind you,
Uh,
as she
well, actually,
begins.
I whisper to the realtor, the drains stop up a lot here.
So what are you up to next?
Okay, I'm going to find out where my belongings are going. And so rather than go down, I'm going to go up to the roof,
Mm-hmm.
carrying my fish
Mm-hmm.
and my other possessions. Um, and I think what I'm going to do is just step down to the wait for no one to be looking,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to step down onto the top of the moving van and kind of spread myself out so that I'm not visible. I'm sort of like a pancake on top of this.
Yes.
And it's a pancake that's holding a garbage bag, an old box, um, and a goldfish bowl.
Right. Right. So why don't you go ahead?
Actually, I think I know a better way of doing this. So
Okay.
I'm not going to hitch a ride with them. I can keep up with the moving van, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So when they pull out,
Yeah.
I have a stride of 1,800 yards.
It's
So I'm
true,
just going
ladies
to
and gentlemen. He's
walk
not lying.
across the rooftops to keep it in sight
Mm-hmm.
and find out where it's going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, so they take some time to load
Mhm.
up the vans,
Yeah.
but then eventually the job is done.
Hmm.
And a few of the workers, of the laborers, take a little bit of a smoke break, and then not soon after, they all load up in their trucks
Okay.
and they begin to drive away.
Hmm.
As they drive away, however, standing behind one of the vans is a bespectacled man
Uh-huh.
in a suit who looks up at your apartment,
Hmm.
looks down at a stopwatch, or I should say at a timepiece,
Hmm.
winds it, and then picks up his phone
Hmm.
and makes a call. Would you still like to continue after?
I think I am going to step down behind him I'm going to become a puddle kind of behind him,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm also going to raise an ear up to catch whatever he's saying.
Okay, so you're obviously not going, you're trying not to be seen, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so why don't we call this, unless you can think of something better, let's call this an agility roll.
Okay.
Or,
My
yeah,
agility is remarkable.
remarkable. Okay, so go ahead and make a D100 roll.
Oh, what? 99.
99! Okay, so a 99 is more than what is necessary to do this.
Okay.
And so I'm actually going to ask you, is there anything in particular you want to do with this? You are able, so he picks up his
Actually, I'm gonna
phone.
I'm gonna leave like the possessions on the roof
Hmm.
for now. So I'm just moving myself down. I don't have to juggle a goldfish bowl while this is
Yeah,
going on.
yeah. So you're able to make that stride while he's not looking.
Mm,
He maybe
yeah.
turns around and then he's kind of in the line of sight with a tree. So you're just able to step over toward him. Do you want to
Yeah.
do
I
something?
can use I can use, for instance, the moving vans as cover
Hmm.
or other vehicles. Right. So I can drop down out of sight behind one of these vans and then kind of roll along the asphalt under the van to a better observation perch.
Right. I like that. So you're gonna use them as cover, step
Mhm.
down,
Right.
roll kind of along with them as they move, and then find a better, like a tree or like behind a dog house or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're able to roll out of sight. No one, not even the owners of the property who you just snuck onto, see
Uh,
you as you roll behind a dog house where Rover is just sitting and his eyebrows go up to look at you.
mm,
He looks at you a moment as if you were a chew toy and then thinks better of it, puts
okay.
his head back down, and I
I
assume
pat him on the head.
he's appreciative of
I
that.
pat him on the head and I extend an ear to my black sheep uncle and see what he's saying.
So I want to remind you, this is not your black sheep uncle. This
Oh,
is
okay.
just someone who's bespectacled. I
Oh,
haven't
okay.
told you this part yet. This is
Okay. Does
just
he isn't the guy who visited the dean.
he fits the description
Uh-huh.
of the representative
Mm,
of your black sheep uncle.
okay.
Again, I'm not giving anything away with the game because this is
Um,
something we would have like you would have understood. The
okay.
dean was telling you that the representative of your uncle, this person that you recognize as a representative, was the one that perhaps had come, if that is who this person is.
Okay.
And as you listen,
Okay.
you hear a conversation that makes some very simple sense.
Okay.
It looks as if his apartment is empty now. I'm not sure where he is, but it's important that he receives what's due to him. I will continue to see if I can find him. There's a bit of a pause, and every once in a while there's a little part of the conversation that kind of drops out, and you're not really sure what they're talking about. But what you
Uh,
glean, essentially, is that this person is probably talking about you, and I want you to make an intuition roll as you're listening. What was your
all right. I have
intuition again?
excellent.
Excellent.
And I roll a 72.
72. This is your uncle's caretaker slash assistant slash
Hmm.
the person in charge of his finances
Right.
slash the person that takes care of him, does all of that
Right.
stuff. Without a doubt, you've seen this guy before. He is
Mm,
fairly old. You saw him maybe when you were a child,
okay.
and you saw him every so often when you were growing up, but not very often because, again, he is your uncle is the black sheep
Right.
of the family, even more so
So has the
perhaps than
family
you.
set this guy to keep him out of trouble, or?
Kind of. Yeah, that was perhaps the sort of thing that you heard your parents talking about when you were
Yeah.
growing up, and you probably didn't make any sense to you. I don't know if you'd kind of get that idea, but
Uh-huh.
you're right. He kind of takes care of your black sheep uncle.
Okay. He's sort of a fixer.
Mm. He
Although now
walks behind him picking
now
up.
he's a really old fixer.
Yes, he walks behind him picking up all of his toys that he drops and cleaning up his
Oh,
messes.
right. Okay.
He
Well, let's
continues
see.
to talk.
Have the vans moved on?
Yeah, the vans have moved on. You could probably conceivably catch up with them. You do
I
have an
probably could.
1800-foot stride.
Yeah. Right. I think I'm just going to sort of flow towards this representative and appear behind him.
So you're startling him, or you're just quietly.
I'm just quietly. I don't want to say materialize, but
I kind of.
behind him.
So as he's on the phone, he is sort of doing that thing that we all do. He walks around, he looks at a
Uh,
tree, he turns and looks out
mm,
at traffic, then he looks back into someone's yard, and then he's
right.
staring at what he.
I'll stay behind him if I can, just in case he says anything more that is of interest.
He's finishing up his conversation.
Uh,
Um, doesn't appear that he's saying anything of really interest at this point. He thanks the
okay.
other person on the end of the line,
Uh,
says he'll be in touch, and then he keys the phone off,
uh,
and his eyes fall on first your ear that he's looking at, and he can't quite process it, and then as your head sort of follows along the stalk
mm,
of your ear and it sort of
right.
gets there, he does a double take, and then your shoulders sort of come into view, and then
Uh,
your arms come into view, and then suddenly your torso is there, and
uh,
then your hips, and then of course you're followed shortly after by your legs, and there's a
uh,
third arm tail like appendage that's still off and petting the dog, giving it a
uh,
few last pets, and then you're suddenly there.
yeah. So I say,
Ah,
excuse me, sir, but what is it that is due to me?
he nods, adjusts his hat and his spectacles.
Mm,
Ah, young Master Joshua, it's been a very long time.
it has been.
How are you?
I was fine until today.
Yes, well, I'm so sorry. Apparently there was a small mix-up in paperwork,
Uh-huh.
but I can assure you we're doing our best to straighten those things out now. I've been running around all day trying to find you.
Well, here I am.
Joshua, do you have some place to go private, or perhaps we can just have a seat
Yeah,
in
why
my
don't we just
car?
have a seat then? Yeah. All right.
So he's got just a simple black, but
Uh,
like perfectly clean vehicle.
right.
And the
From
two
the
of you,
50s.
yeah, probably from, yes, nice, yeah.
No, okay. Well, I mean, he's a sinister character, so it'd probably be like a grosser Mercedes from the 60s, right? The really
That's
big
what
one
I was,
used
this,
by all the Hollywood villains.
yeah,
Right.
it's got the sort of windshield that gets kicked out when somebody strangles the person in the front seat with piano
Right.
wire.
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
so he sits down behind the driver's side and you sit in the passenger seat.
Before I get in, I do check to see if there's might be somebody in the rear seat
And in the
because
back,
I'm good and paranoid by now. So
like an Italian mobster or something.
yeah, right. Yeah.
No, it doesn't look like that. It just looks like he's a man of a past era, past time,
Uh-huh.
and probably there's something sinister. But your general impression, at least from the way that he's talked to you, is that he wants to talk to you about something, and
Okay. All
it's
right.
not necessarily a negative thing.
Mm.
So
So anyway, in the last hour, I've been expelled from school. I've been evicted from my apartment, and I've lost my phone. And I don't know what other bills may not have been paid.
probably everything, to be honest.
Okay.
But I can assure you we'll do our best.
Uh-huh.
to put
Is
all of
this
those
guy a
things back
lawyer,
into
an
track.
accountant, or just a
You
guy?
get the feeling that he's probably all of the above.
Okay.
This guy has probably done everything for your uncle
Mhm.
at a certain point. Everything
Okay.
within the legal. Well, he's probably bent the law
Yeah.
many times to clean up for your black sheep uncle.
Well, he's got a grosser Mercedes. He had to have earned it somehow.
Yes,
So yeah, that's.
absolutely. He reaches into the back of the vehicle,
Mhm.
and on the seat is a large bound journal,
Uh-huh.
and he places it there between the two of you.
Hmm.
Master Joshua, I'm afraid I bring some sad tidings.
Yes.
Your Uncle Arthur?
Hmm.
Well, I'm not really sure how to say this, but legally, at least it appears, your Uncle Arthur has been declared dead.
Hmm.
However, I choose to believe he's simply missing because no
All right.
body has yet been found.
Okay. Who's declared him dead?
He goes through a bunch of legal rigmarole in which he
Uh-huh.
explains to you that he's been dead or he's been missing for a certain number of years.
Uh-huh.
And so, in the eyes of the law, he may still be alive. However, according to the will, uh, and according to his wishes, a certain point has been reached at which those that gain his, well, assets now
Mhm.
can gain them.
All right. And how is this involved with the trust assets going away?
Well, there was a certain deal made between the association and between your uncle's association, and of course, we have certain there's companies within LLCs within, and unfortunately, we were transferring your care from one to the other. Your paperwork got jumbled around and lost, and unfortunately, there was a bit of a delay, which is what caused the small loophole. And of course, you'd be someone to understand loopholes. But there was a
Hmm.
small loophole there where, for a brief period of time, you were under the care of neither one of these organizations, but
Okay.
we are here to catch you, not unlike I often catch your uncle.
Hmm. All right. Well, uh, speaking of catching me, can you find me a place to live?
Well, that's part of our news
Uh-huh.
for you. And
All right.
he pats the large journal
Uh-huh.
that's on the seat, leather bound, like wrapped with a
Okay.
like leather thong. Um, and he says to you, you are the beneficiary of your uncle's assets, and I've come here to deliver them for you. They were actually due you 3 months ago,
Uh-huh.
or some number of months that matches the number of months when the payments, the tuition, the cell phones, the
Right.
bills, all that
Okay.
stopped.
Okay.
And it is, of course, now time to make up for that lost time.
All right. What's in the journal?
These are the documentation for your uncle's assets,
All right.
all of which are now yours. And he actually looks at the car. This car is actually now yours.
Huh. Well, I may have to
I,
sleep in it tonight.
that is doubtful.
All
I
right.
am also at your disposal. Should you wish to continue my services, I would be happy to help you.
Well, I could certainly use a guide in this strange new world in which I find myself.
I would be happy to assist you. Would
Mhm.
you like me, perhaps, to take you to his or your new home?
Certainly. Let me get some of my belongings, and I'll be right back.
And so he
I step out of
waits.
the car. I
Mm-hmm.
step out of the car.
Mm-hmm.
I grow very tall,
Mm-hmm.
step onto the roof, take my stuff. I think I'm going to take like the diary and the
Mm-hmm.
map of the labyrinth and stuff, and very carefully put it in the garbage bag, which is opaque,
Right.
so he won't necessarily see any of that.
Right.
And then I step down with my fishbowl
Mm-hmm.
and get into the car with him.
And so he kind of does a double take at your rather odd way of packing
Mhm.
items, but he shrugs it off, and
Yeah.
he's used to much odder things from the black sheep of the family.
Okay.
And then he drives you through Cambridge toward the Charles River. And as everybody knows, anyone living on the Charles River in Cambridge is got a lot of money.
Hmm.
And he turns the car into a driveway for
Uh-huh.
what appears to be a large 4-story brick building,
Uh-huh.
perhaps some sort of apartment building or family, like probably some sort of apartment building, but it looks like it's about 120 something years old.
All right.
Um, and with that, he steps out of the car. He gets the other side of the door. He gets the door for you.
Uh-huh.
Tries to, take some of your items, takes the goldfish and things like that, as if he
Probably,
were
I'll give him my computer. It's more easily carried.
now taking care of you.
Yeah.
And then he raises his hands as if to say,
Right.
"This is your new home."
All right. Well, it's a lot to take in here. I will go into my new home, I guess. No point in staying in the garage.
So stepping up to it,
Uh-huh.
um, you're immediately struck by how well cared for, but at the same time, it's. Let me back up. As you step into the home, you're sort of shocked by how dusty
Mhm.
the home is.
Okay.
You walk into it, and what it looks like a mansion as you enter, a
Hmm.
mansion that had been converted at one point into multifamily housing.
Right.
But of course, the multifamily housing was at another point converted back into apartments. And you enter
Mhm.
the first floor, and the first floor has got, and I'm just going to sort of run through this because I don't want to take you on a long tour of the house, but the first
Okay.
floor you find to be basically a floor in which there is a kitchen, dining area. There's even like a large living room. There's kind of a small banquetish kind of
Uh-huh.
area, and a set of stairs that lead up to the second floor, where it looks like there are guest spaces,
Hmm.
more living spaces. The third floor, which appears to be just a library,
Hmm.
and then the fourth floor, which seems to be the personal living spaces of your uncle.
Uh-huh. Okay. Do any of them resemble a labyrinth?
Well, tell me how you would like to do this. Now, the your newfound assistant is
Uh-huh.
willing to just sort of he'll tell you any questions, tell you to the best of his ability, the answers to
Uh-huh.
any questions you may have.
Right.
On the other hand, he's also going to leave you alone if you want to be left alone. How would you like to learn about the house?
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask some practical questions while I'm
Yeah,
going through it. Like, is
sure.
there a maid service? Because if there is, it looks like we're going to have to fire them and
There
find
is
some.
no there is no maid service, he
Uh,
says.
okay.
However, you
Well,
could
we're
probably hire
we're
one.
probably should get some.
hmm
Okay.
Lots of like furniture under white sheets and
Mm,
dusty cobwebs everywhere, and
right. Yeah. Okay. Um, I'm just looking around to see if there are any of the I mean, I know that this apartment is just part of a larger building, right?
No, I'm sorry, young
Oh,
fellow.
okay.
You don't understand.
Ah,
This is your building.
okay. Well, no, I'm sorry, Matt. I thought you said it had been cut up into apartments.
Oh, I said that it had, I probably just described it wrong. It had one point been cut up into apartments, but then it was
Ah,
converted back into one large
okay.
home.
All right. All right. Okay. Time in. Um,
Mm-hmm.
let's see. I say can't. All right. I'm going to take some time to absorb all of this,
Mm-hmm.
but I wonder, can you go out and get? Oh, does the phone here work?
It certainly should.
All
He
right. Well,
picks
I go.
up a nearby
I pick
phone
up.
and he gets a
I
dial tone.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I was wondering, can you go out and get me a burner phone
Absolutely, sir.
with prepaid hours? All right.
Absolutely. So he leaves to do that.
Yeah, and I'll try and make some sense out of this.
Yes, so now you
Uh,
have time to do what you would like and explore
uh,
as you would like. But the feeling you get, I'd just like to remind you, the feeling you get is that you could just tell him to step out for a while. It
yeah.
doesn't seem like he's got any kind of ulterior motives. He just genuinely seems like he's, you know.
Okay. All right. Um, I will. Firstly, I'll just look around and see if now that he's gone, I will take
Mm-hmm.
out the map of the maze
Mm-hmm.
and look around and see if it in any way resembles the layout of this house.
I really like your questions, Walter. Did I tell you that tonight? Um, make an intuition roll. What was your intuition again?
My intuition is excellent.
Yep.
And wow, I'm rolling really good tonight. It's a 91.
91. Here's what you notice. When you go to the third floor, which is the floor that is a complete library,
Right.
except for the staircase that's kind of like running through the center
Mm,
of the home.
right.
Um, what you realize is that the layout on the end of the house that's facing the water, the Charles River,
Uh,
fits the layout of the Pineapple Labyrinth map, for lack of a better term.
da, da, da.
However, it only fits half of it.
Okay.
Walking along the front end of the house, you
Uh,
realize that the library, which twists and turns like a maze,
right.
it actually ends kind of like in the middle
Okay.
of the home. Like there should be more. Like if you go down to the second and the first floors, you can go like another 30 or 40 feet.
Uh,
But for
okay.
some reason, the third floor library ends
Hmm.
about in the midpoint of the house.
Okay. And there is no house beyond this wall, right?
No, the house stands alone, and
Okay.
there's clearly like there's a couple alleys on both sides,
Mhm.
and the back end has got a backyard. Nothing's
Okay.
attached to it that you know of that you can
Well,
see.
I'll tap the walls and see if there is a portal to another dimension or something.
It's funny that you would say that. Um,
Actually, even better than that, I will walk the maze,
hmm
such as it is.
hmm
I
and
will
just
walk through
trace.
and just trace it to where it ends, and then see if I can find some portal.
Um, I'm not even going to make you roll for that because I like this. So you do end up following the maze, and it's for you, it's an absolutely fascinating experience.
Uh,
Um, to remind viewers, this Josh has been for 8 years in school, and though of course he's loopholed his way into this, I believe Josh just he loves learning and he's interested in the things that he's interested in. And browsing the stacks, you see so many cool things that you learned when you were at Harvard. You
Uh-huh.
also see so many cool things that you can't wait to learn in your
Uh-huh.
17th year or 18th
Uh,
year at the school, which you probably won't be experiencing now. So you're looking through the stacks. There's just so many things, and it takes you a little bit longer than you might
mm,
otherwise have taken because there's so many
okay.
cool distractions
Yeah.
until you ultimately end at just a simple shelf,
Uh-huh.
which
Okay.
is from floor to ceiling, straight ahead. And there is, well, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
It ends.
Well, all right. I will examine this shelf and see if it moves, see if there are any triggers. If necessary, I'll take the books out and see if there's anything behind the books.
Mm-hmm. Um, Go ahead and make a reason roll, please.
Okay. I stopped rolling well. 44.
Okay. And
Oh,
that
and
was
my reason is good.
good. 44. Taking off the books, taking a look, you
Mhm.
don't really see anything remarkable about the shelf. However, as you remove a final bit of the books, you see something scrawled. There is something scratched into
Uh,
the wood where the books once were. And now this is the part where I am failed by my pronunciation. What you see are the words hic, jacet, vagaver, praeteritum. Hit, jacet, vagaver, praetorium. And
how
I'm
is
actually I'm
Vagaver spelled?
Vagevuur. And I am actually going to send that to you in the chat. So I think this is totally fair. I wish I could actually display this. I'm going to have to
Oh,
figure out how to do this for like people that are
okay.
watching the game. But I sent it to you in the chat so you can actually.
Vagaver Praetorium. Okay.
And it's scratched. It looks like somebody took a knife.
Uh, okay. Well, oddly enough, I have Latin as a skill.
Dun dun dun.
Uh, okay, and V is capitalized.
Yes. And if you want, I mean, let's just roll for it. What is your rank in Latin?
I have no idea. It's just listed as a talent.
Oh, it's a talent.
Yeah.
So talent. So in that case, it is probably linked to your reason. I'm gonna guess.
Okay.
What was
My
reason
guess is
again?
I can find a Latin dictionary in this library somewhere if
Yeah, that's the other thing
reason
too.
fails.
Yeah. In fact, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. We can do something called column shifting. So
Okay.
let's say that you bring in like a dictionary or a
Mm,
a translator or something like that.
mm,
We can take your rank and we'll shift it up or down sometimes depending on what's going
okay.
on. But we can
All
shift
right.
it up by one rank. So you're gonna go from what? Excellent?
Good.
Oh, good to excellent.
Good to excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. And I roll a 75.
75. So roughly translated, it says, past here lies Vagaver.
Okay. So vagaver is not an actual Latin word.
It is not Latin. It
Okay.
doesn't appear, or at least it doesn't appear in the dictionary, the Latin dictionary.
Okay. Yeah, it didn't seem Latin to me. Okay. Can we take a break now that we've had this major revelation?
I think that that would be a really good thing. So
Okay.
here's what we're going to do. I think that's it's a really good moment. So I am going to run a 10-minute countdown. We're going to take a break here,
All
and
right.
we will be back in 10 minutes to continue our adventure, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Okay, everybody, we are back from our requisite break. And when last we left the Elasticized Man, otherwise known as Joshua Dole, um, he had just inherited from his black sheep uncle
Mhm.
a mansion and all of the assets that the uncle had to offer. And we're still sort of exploring that at that point. But Josh had made a connection between a map that he found and the setup of the library on the third floor
Mhm.
of his newfound home, his newfound
Yeah.
mansion. So he had moved a few books away, only to find the message in Latin, Hic jacet vagaver praeteritum, which he correctly translated to here lies or beyond here lies Vagaver. Um, and so Josh, what's your feeling? What do you want to do
I'm
about
thinking
this
this is
now?
pretty damn cool,
Hmm.
but I'm also thinking I want some backup. So I'm going to retreat to the library phone and I'm going to call Madison just to see if she is available.
Um,
Tell her to cancel the emergency.
how can I
This will be
make this random enough? Um, make a psyche roll.
fine.
What we're
Okay.
going to do, I'm going to loosely interpret psyche here to say, how willing is Madison to pick up a phone call from you? How traumatized is she? What's your psyche rank?
Excellent.
Excellent. All right.
And I've rolled a 55.
55. Um, yes.
Hi, cancel the earlier emergency. It turns out I have a place to live. I just inherited a mansion on the Charles River from an uncle that I didn't know,
And
which
do you
was luckily on the same day that I got evicted from my old apartment.
Oh, okay. And this is relevant to our relationship. Why? I've got rehearsals.
Well,
I
did you get
I
my earlier
am
message?
I did get your message earlier.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to say that there's no apparent need for anxiety, but there are some puzzling things about this house that I thought you might enjoy depuzzling with me.
I don't know. I've been trying to depuzzle you for several years now, and what I've sort of
I'm an open
learned,
book, Addison.
you are, yes, I will grant you that. You are an open book. However, rather than being the large print edition, you're the scribbled edition, and it's hard to read you sometimes, to be honest. I've got a lot of stuff to practice here, and you're right. I was a little bit alarmed by what you'd called about earlier,
Mm,
but
yeah.
you're fine now. Is that correct?
Apparently,
Okay.
unless somebody comes and ejects me from this place, I'm
Okay.
okay. But
Well,
I mean, it's a 19th century mansion.
in the background now, you can hear doe, a deer, a female deer, ray,
Uh,
a drop
uh,
of golden sun, and then you hear, are you coming? Are you coming? And you hear her covering over there. I'll be there in just a minute. I'm talking to my crazy ex. Hold on. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Because I really have to get back to.
no, just I'd like to see you one of these days.
That's
And
very
I know
nice
you're
of you to say.
busy, and
Tickets are
congratulations on your great success. And
well.
as I said, there's a great review of you, an article about you in the Crimson this morning.
Nosebleed seats are $49.95. We're booked up for the next 3 or 4 weeks. We're booked solid, but I'm sure you'll see me at one of those
I
performances.
think now I can afford a private box.
Excellent. Okay, very good, very good. I'll hold my breath about that.
Right.
Trust me, I'm going to hold my breath with that.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.
She hangs up.
She wasn't in the best of moods, was she?
I probably should have asked you a little bit more about how to portray her, but the impression I got, and I hope that was fair, the impression I got is that maybe if you hadn't been seeing each other for 3 or 4 years, she had gone off to do her thing because she had
Yes,
graduated and you
exactly.
had continued on.
Yeah, she went out, graduated, and is starting a glorious career.
Hmm. So
Well,
tell
I have
us,
a not
Josh,
quite graduate. Yeah.
now that you've talked to Madeline or Madison,
Mm-hmm.
you have found an odd message scratched
Mm-hmm.
in the library that matches your
Mm-hmm.
pineapple map,
Uh-huh.
and you have just inherited what appears to be an entire mansion. What's
Right.
your next move?
Um, I'm I'm going to go and look at the papers that the envoy has given me.
Yeah.
So I could have some idea of where my presumed money actually is and how much there is and when I can access it. I presume I can't access it anytime soon, but
Going back to the documents and doing the best that you can, it looks like you can access it. I mean,
okay.
assuming that like all of the snafu of the
Uh-huh.
last like 3 month window has been kind of cleared up.
Right.
It looks like, I mean, in fact, you find like a freshly minted credit card, or I should say debit card in there that you could probably just walk over to an ATM and
Hmm.
go start withdrawing money.
Okay.
You do appear to be set.
Yeah. Okay. Um, well, this is good to know. Um, well, in that case, I will wait for the envoy and my burner phone to come back,
Hmm.
and I will thank him, and I will ask him, "Have you ever heard of Vagavour?"
He hesitates for a moment. No, I've never heard of Vagavore.
All right.
Why do
Uh,
you ask?
or well, or any place where my uncle Arthur used to go that is perhaps not on any map.
So the envoy, I really like the nickname that you've given him.
I don't
Sits
have a
down.
name for him, so
I I hadn't made one up, and I was sort of
yeah.
waiting for one to pop into my head, and
Uh,
but then I thought, oh, the envoy actually sounds pretty cool. The envoy sits down, and there's a plume of dry dust, a cloud that
is it from him or
fills.
from the furniture?
It could be a little bit of both, I would say.
Okay.
He sits down. Your uncle was a black sheep for a reason.
Hmm.
And the truth is that Master Arthur, as I prefer to think of him, was a rather had a rather eccentric outlook on life and a strong imagination.
Hmm.
And he did tell stories about places he would go, and he would disappear from time to time. As we all in the family know, I would every so often have to go straighten this out or
Hmm.
fix that.
Yeah.
Um, he would wash up on a beach somewhere in Hawaii. Well, he would disappear from time to time, and
Hmm. Yeah.
no one took this very seriously after a certain point.
Hmm.
But now, with it being amount of time,
Yeah.
we're a little bit more worried about it.
Yes.
I fear that perhaps this time, I don't want to believe this, but I fear that this time perhaps he may have done something truly. He may have, I don't know what it could
I,
be.
you know, I somehow don't think that he could have been held in a dungeon for 7 years or however long it's been. Um, so I think probably you're right.
I think this,
But Bogavur
unfortunately,
was not one of the places that he ever said he visited.
it doesn't sound familiar
Okay.
to me. Though he did claim to have visited other realities and other planets and other
Uh,
universes, but that was your uncle.
right. Well, yes, he might have visited them all in his head. Anyway, thank you. Uh, can you give me some contact information for me?
He
Because I'm
gives you
I'm
his
just
gives you
right.
his business card and explains that he's not too far away and he's
Okay.
always for the amount of money that your uncle paid, and I assume you will continue to pay, I am
Assuming that.
always available.
All right. Thank you. Um, I very much appreciate your contacting me, or at any rate, trying to contact me. Let's see. Who were you calling?
Oh,
In front of my apartment there.
well, I was calling the organization, of course.
Oh, all right.
And he
Okay.
explains to you some other organization, and it sounds like it's kind of a part of the Dole family, but it's a
Right.
sub part of some other part of
Hmm.
some conglomerate company somewhere.
Yeah, I know. I only have one corporation, and it's confusing enough.
Very confusing.
Yeah.
I can't tell if Walter's talking now or if
Oh, that was Walter.
that was
Josh does
Walter.
not have a corporation,
Yes. Okay.
and if he did, it'd probably make bubble gum or something,
Right.
or Jello shots. Um, okay, so anyway, I thank him. I say I'll be in touch if I have any questions, and I appreciate you taking the time to show me my future.
So he leaves the house. You can kind of hear the door shut.
Mm-hmm.
Engine keys the ignition, and then he's gone, and
Okay, so
you're
so that's his car, not my car.
yes. You never asked him about that, but
Right. Okay.
apparently, well, I had
I don't
hinted.
really need a car anyway, so.
Well, you haven't. Let's just say this: there was a basement area that you hadn't explored yet.
Oh, okay. All right. Why don't I go into the basement area?
As you're heading down into the basement, you see a
Mm-hmm.
set of keys, each
Mm-hmm.
with a very with the logo of a different foreign car maker
Uh-huh.
on the fobs. And then when you get down into the basement, you flip on the lights, and there are 3, 4 beautifully styled, up to date, gorgeous looking sports
Yeah.
cars.
All right. Well, I will, pat the nearest one on the hood and say, see you later.
Mm-hmm.
I'll look and see if there's anything else in the basement. Any
Um,
sort of storage areas that may contain mysterious manuscripts or whatever.
Looking around, what you find is mostly just tools and the
Hmm.
things that are used to service vehicles.
Okay.
You find, I'll say, you find a classic car of your something you think is really cool. That
Hmm.
looks like it was being worked on at a certain point, but maybe someone
Okay.
lost interest in it, and it's
Uh,
now just sort of up on blocks and halfway restored.
well, it's a shame when that happens to a Duesenberg.
Mm.
Um, but I can fix that now. Hey.
Hmm.
All right. So if there's nothing else down here, oh, have I seen any firearms?
Uh,
There a gun rack in a
I'm
study.
gonna say no.
Okay.
Not that you're aware of. You haven't seen any. You'd really have to
Mhm.
do a. You haven't seen anything offhand.
Yeah. Okay. Um, that being the case, I'm going to go back upstairs. Um, probably no food in here, is there?
It looks like there are some canned goods and things like that if you go
Right.
searching the pantry, but nothing really fresh. There's one bottle of ketchup in the refrigerator.
Okay. Presumably 7-year-old ketchup.
Hmm.
Um, well, good to know that Uncle Artie was fond of America's favorite condiment.
Hmm.
Um,
It's
actually,
actually
second favorite
it's a
I also
knockoff
have.
brand.
Oh, okay. All right.
How do you think he got so rich?
Yeah, there you go.
Saving
Uh,
every penny.
it isn't the Dole brand, is it?
Oh, is there a Dole? If there, okay, ladies and
I
gentlemen, I'd like to
I have no
apologize.
idea. I have no idea if there is one in my
Well,
universe, but in
you
yours,
know,
yeah.
Walter, tonight's game is sponsored by Dole.
Oh, okay, great.
um, so as you're exploring the rest of the house,
Mhm.
you start to hear some loud noises coming from the fourth floor.
Okay,
Essentially thumps, and then a
okay. Well,
thud,
All right. Well,
and
I
then
will
another thump.
head up. Now, there is a stairway in the middle of the library that goes up to the fourth floor. Is that correct?
Yeah, it heads up that way. It spirals
Okay.
up.
I will spiral up and I will make my head very flat.
So, oh, so like thin and kind of like trying
Yeah,
to
right. Yeah.
peek over.
Is there like a door or a trap door or what? How do I get
The
to the?
way that I envisioned it is this, and it's your home now, so you can kind of change this around if you want.
Mm,
But I had seen the staircases going up from the library, and then it
mm,
opens up into this large living space. And the
mm.
fourth floor I had envisioned as the personal living space for your Uncle Artie.
Oh,
And
that's
so,
right.
in
Yeah.
other words, it has all of the trappings that you would expect. It's almost like its own apartment in and of itself.
Okay.
And the rest of the place is for like entertaining guests, and maybe he came down into the library every so often. That's why it was so close.
Yeah.
But it's a living area with like a couple fireplaces and like a beautiful leather chairs and couches that are kind of with like all maybe beautiful windows on one
Mm,
side that overlook the Charles, and then like on the other side, it's got like beautiful like you can see the sunrise or the sunset or something. Um,
mm,
and then it opens up into a few more rooms. His maybe a private like little small private kitchen where he makes his own
mm.
stuff, which has
Uh,
again a Dole ketchup in the center of it, and
right.
then a bedroom and maybe like a little room, like a guest room or something like that. Or
Mm.
I know, now that I have my notes, it's a billiards room and a game room
Okay.
in the other one. And as you are listening and come up the stairs and take a look around, the thumping appears to be coming from the bedroom.
Okay. Well, I presume that there is a hallway that leads to this bedroom, and then there is a door between the bedroom and the hall.
Yep,
Is the door closed?
it is. Yes, it is closed.
Okay, in that case, I will turn my head really flat and
Hmm.
slide it under the door and take a look up and see what I can see.
Sliding your flattened head underneath the
Mm.
door, you start
Uh,
looking and peering around, and the light here is a little bit dimmer, but that's only because the shades are drawn, and you can kind of see that where the shades opened up, it would be getting
mm,
beautiful light from the Charles.
mm,
Just gorgeous. And then you kind of move your head from left to right, and you can see that there's a private bath
uh,
just on the left side of the door as you enter. And when I say private bath, it's probably the size of someone's like living room.
right.
And then next to that, though, in the far corner of the wall, catty corner to where you are now, is another door that looks like, well, doesn't look like anything. It just, you assume it's maybe a closet door.
Mhm. All right.
There's another thump.
And it's coming from behind the closet door.
Well, you're not sure, but it sounded like it was, and
Uh,
you could swear like the door just looks like the wind or
mm,
something on the other side
okay.
is causing it to jostle with each
Okay.
thump and
All
thud.
right. Well, I will move a hand up through the crack under the bedroom door and open the door.
You're
And
able to do that, and
yeah.
the lock, the little tumblers go, and the lock just like clicks. The
Mhm,
door creaks open, and you look into this room, and indeed, that would be a hell of a view were the
mhm.
curtains open right now.
Right. Okay. Well, I will. I don't want to make any footsteps
Mm-hmm.
that might be heard from whatever's on the other side of that door.
Mm-hmm.
So I will form myself into a snake-like um, form and sort of snake on up to the door and take a
Mm-hmm.
listen.
I'm not even going to make you roll for that
Uh,
because you've been practicing this so much. You're able to slither on over past the bed, past a dresser,
mm,
slide up, and then lay your ear against the door and thump,
mm, okay.
thump.
Well,
Make an
I am.
make an
Yeah.
intuition roll.
Okay. 84.
You're pretty sure that what you're feeling is
Uh-huh.
from the pressure change within
Ah, okay.
within the closet, if that's indeed what
Uh,
this is. So in other
okay.
words, it doesn't feel like whatever's making the thumping sound, it doesn't feel like it's pressing up or hitting up against the door. It feels like there's something
Okay.
inside
So like there's
that's
a wind
causing the
or
something. Yeah,
yeah.
something.
Okay. Well, that being the case, I will flatten my head and go under the door and take a look around.
You try to flatten
Uh,
your head won't.
okay. There's that good a seal.
It is sealed. And in fact,
Okay.
when you look at it, it looks as if there's some sort of rubbery substance that's going around
Uh,
the edges, and it's giving
uh,
with these thumps and thuds.
okay. Is this rubbery substance likely to fail anytime soon?
Um, it doesn't seem like it.
Okay.
It doesn't. The thumping and thudding doesn't seem heavy and hard enough to cause the
Mm,
door to like blast off, but there's
all right.
something serious on the other side.
Yeah. Okay. Um, do I smell anything?
I
Fresh air,
like
say the
I
word.
like this question. Make a make an intuition roll.
All right.
I love this question.
81. Once again,
Uh,
I'm
with an
getting good
81,
dice.
what you smell? Plant life,
Okay.
organics of some sort, but it's
Right.
just the faintest trace of it.
Hmm. Feed me Seymour. Yeah. Okay. I think I'll leave this to its own self for a bit. Doesn't seem like it's about to blast open and enter our dimension right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to call my slacker buddy Weasel.
Mm-hmm. What's Weasel
What?
like?
Um, he's he's sort of a perpetually stuck between high school and college.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you know, he's plump, he's bearded.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's a pretty decent guitar player.
Mm.
But he's has even less ambition than I do.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So all he wants to do is play his guitar and hang out and have a good time.
So you ring him,
Yeah.
and before you can even say hello, what you hear
Uh,
is, "Hey, Josh, can I borrow like $100?"
um, I'll see, but I have something to show you.
Oh, okay. But you know, the $100 is for it's because Springsteen's coming into town. I've always wanted to see the boss.
Well, I think this seems like a very fine outing,
Oh,
and let me see what the tickets cost, and maybe I'll get a pair. Okay?
yeah, yeah. Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
But the tickets go on sale, and it's like those kind of tickets where you can't buy them online because he's like old-fashioned and he makes you like stand in a line. So like I'm actually standing in the line right now, so you're gonna have to come here to give them to me.
Okay.
I got into line. It should be like a 4-day wait.
Where are you?
And he gives you some address on
Uh,
Massachusetts Avenue, and
I've got 4 days to catch up with him. So, uh,
yeah, that's right. Quick, quick, get here quick.
yeah.
Okay, it's only 4 days.
Okay.
I
I'll,
don't want
I'll
to
get
lose
I'll
our
get
place.
I'll get there sometime in the next 4 days. Don't
But I'll
worry
tell
about
you
it.
something. If you can loan me $75, I can hire someone to wait in line for us. But then you still got to give me the $100 for the ticket.
Okay. Where are you again?
And he gives you another
Hmm.
address. He's like, I'm at the intersection of Massachusetts Avenue and such. But
Okay.
depending on when you come, if you come in 2 days, I may be further up in the queue.
Right. Well, it would cost less to hire someone to stay in line for you there, but um, I feel that good tickets at a Springsteen concert are worth a certain amount of, you know. So anyway, yeah, I will. I will go down. I will take my new debit card.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go to an ATM.
Mm-hmm.
I assume there's someone near where I live.
All of this works very easily. Like it's
Uh,
almost too good to be true. You put the card in, you get your
uh,
money. You
uh-huh.
you probably think, well, heck, maybe I should just pull more money.
Hmm.
And you do until you hit
Oh,
like a certain limit, and it tells you can only pull
right.
out like a few certain thousand or something by
Oh,
ATM,
right.
and if you want more money, you
Yeah.
have to go in person or something like that. So you basically have like a few $1,000 in your hand,
Okay.
and then I
Okay.
assume you.
So using my 1,800-yard stride,
Mm-hmm.
I head to the intersection of Mass Avenue and whatever
Such
the
and
other.
such.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there is a such and such street in
There
downtown.
may very well be.
Yeah.
And there is a line that goes like
Right.
around the block and it heads to an old-fashioned record shop, which is one of the few places in town because the boss doesn't like big companies selling his tickets to
Boss
his.
likes vinyl.
He likes vinyl, right? And so
Yeah.
the
Right.
line is just going, it's snaking 16 times around the building, and then it goes like down Mass Avenue and around a corner, and
Uh,
he's in the 14th snake around, and
okay.
you're able to find him, and he's like all excited, and he's like got like the album because he's like, I hope, I just want it for good luck, and
Uh,
so he's like, dude, are you ready? Like, we've only got 3 days and 22 hours left.
all right. I give him some money.
Oh, he's very
I give
happy
him
to
the
take
money
that.
for the top end tickets.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Plus, he wanted some more money to hire someone to stay in place
Mm-hmm.
with him.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell him, this is going to sound really strange, but this morning I got evicted from my apartment.
Oh, where am I gonna stay then?
Um, well, I got a new place.
Oh,
On the same day that I was evicted, I inherited a Charles River mansion up in Cambridge. So I give him the address.
wow. He's
Yeah,
impressed.
okay. And then I go striding back to Cambridge.
And as
It's
you
really
do
lovely.
this,
I can cross the Charles River in
the
one stride.
entire line like cheers. And
Yeah.
they all yell out, Mr. Anything! Mr. Anything! Come
No,
on
he's the better
back.
looking one.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then your weasel just goes, no, that's not Mr. Anything. Can't you tell? Mr. Anything is much better looking than the
Yeah.
Elasticized Man.
Right.
So you stride all the way back to your new mansion in Cambridge.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to go back up to the library.
Hmm.
I'm going to go to the bookshelf of
There's
bookshelves.
still that thumping, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my hands very thin, and I'm going to look around and see if there are any cracks behind the bookshelf, um, or in the bookshelf, or above the bookshelf, just in that whole area.
Okay, make an agility roll, please.
Okay.
What's your agility rank?
Agility is remarkable,
Remarkable.
and I rolled a 25, so it's not that remarkable.
Feeling around, you don't actually feel anything. You don't feel any cracks, and you're able to kind of ooze the molecules of your
Hmm.
body
Yeah.
along the wall, and unfortunately, you don't really feel anything.
Okay. Well, in that case, I will head up to Uncle's bedroom, Uncle
Thump,
Artie's bedroom. Yeah.
thump, thump.
Okay. Do I have? Okay, I will touch the doorknob.
It's not
There's
hot,
real-
so it's not on fire.
Okay, good. Good to know. Is it locked?
It is not. And you
Oh,
start to turn it because you haven't
uh,
tried the door at all.
right. Yeah.
It starts to turn. Now,
Right.
do you want to continue to turn it? Because at a certain point, you're gonna
Mhm.
get that point where like it clicks, and then the
Yeah.
whatever that thing is called, the tooth that sticks out, is going to
Right.
retract, and then the door is going to presumably pound open.
I'm going to prevent it from pounding open,
Okay.
but I just want to open it the teeniest little crack so I can sneak my flattened head through and see what's on the other side.
Make a strength roll in order to prevent the door and stop it.
Okay, my strength is good, and I roll an 81. I've been rolling that a lot tonight.
I know, you're pretty good. So, as you turn the knob,
Mm.
it reaches that point where the tooth clicks
Mm.
out,
Right.
and it's a little bit more than you were expecting. But using your super bendable, elasticy molecules, you're able
Mm-hmm.
to absorb it,
Right. Well,
and
I
it,
can just turn my feet into doorstops.
boom,
Yeah.
and you turn yourself into a human doorstop, and
Right.
you're able to stop it, and it gives you a bit of pause for a moment
Uh-huh.
because you're like, wait a minute, and then you're going to slide your head in there.
Yep.
So sliding your head in, it looks like it's a darkened closet, and you can smell it.
Uh-huh.
You can just smell that this thing has been closed for a long time. It just smells
Uh,
like mothballs, and there's something organic
mm-hmm.
in the air.
Are
Um,
there a lot of old ladies' furs?
there are a lot of old men's suits
Okay. All
in
right.
there, and in fact, as you're sort of moving through, like there's all the tweed kind from
Uh-huh.
like the really old style.
Uh-huh.
Um, and as you sort of move your head through,
Mm.
your face sort of brushes up against the old pull chain
Uh-huh.
with the light. You want to turn it on?
I think I do. Yeah.
Clicking it on, what you see is just coat after coat after coat after coat
Mm.
after folded trousers, after
Mm.
vests hanging up, after like tie racks, after just,
Mm.
hat racks and things like that. It just sort of looks like it goes on for quite a ways. You feel like you're in The
Mm.
Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant by the old ladies' fur coats.
Oh. Was that one of the things that they mentioned in the
Yeah,
book?
it was the I don't know, the professor's mother's old fur coats that
Oh, okay.
stored in there or something. It's been many decades since
Yeah,
I read that book, so
yeah. But at any
but
rate, yes,
I
something
saw the
like that.
movie. Yeah. Um, okay.
Thump, and now you've gotten used to it and you're holding it back, but it's still thumping.
Is it a wind that's trying to
It
open the door?
feels like there's something on the other side that's like thumping through, and it's in the darkness
Uh-huh.
between the coats back there.
Okay. So there's no like strong wind that's blowing at me.
It feels like a change in pressure every time.
Okay. All right. Um, well, I will extend my neck
Extending your neck
and
outward,
send my head further into the
you get
closet.
deeper in there and you
Uh,
go out of the range of the light, but your eyes
uh,
adjust to it.
mhm.
And what you find is another door, not unlike the
Okay.
door that you just went through.
Okay.
And that's the one that you're almost certain, now that you listen,
Uh,
is the one that's actually getting pounded at.
okay. All right. Well, that being the case, I will move my whole person into this closet. I use
You
my
kind of
good strength to close the door.
pour yourself in, you close the
Yeah.
door behind you, and now you can
Right.
kind of feel the pressure change in your
Uh,
ears almost every time that.
Interesting. Okay. Now, do I feel like the pressure is going away, or is it getting? I mean, I know it's changing, but is there a sort of long-term change where there's like less and less air in here,
No, it just sort of
or
feels like
more?
the air is being cycled with every like push, and like
Okay.
somewhere air is getting through or something's happening, and that
Uh,
organic smell, that plant-like smell, is
uh,
definitely getting stronger
uh,
now that you're into the closet.
okay. Um, right. Okay. Well, I will move up to the other door and listen and smell. And
Listening,
I'll put my hands on the door and see what kind of pressure is.
listening, what you think you hear is almost like a puppy.
Uh-huh. Oh, great. It's Cerberus. Um,
And then a loud bump,
Bump.
and then the
Okay.
door is jostled once
Hmm.
more,
Okay.
and then more.
By the way, do you know what Cerberus means?
What is the actual
The, the,
meaning?
the hound of the three-headed hound of
Right.
hell that was kept by, Hades in the as a guard to the underworld.
What does it actually mean?
It means spotty.
Oh, really? That
The Lord of
fits.
the Underworld's dog was named Spot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Everybody, it's a universal name.
Yeah.
I would only be less surprised if it were Rover or Fido. If
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
translated as Rover or Fido.
Well, Fido is Latin, so there you
Oh,
go.
right. Oh my gosh. Yes, that's right. Good connection.
Yeah. Okay. So, I may not like what I see on the other side of this. Okay. I'm going to turn my feet into door stoppers again. And I'm going to turn the knob and see if it will turn, see if it's locked.
It's turning.
Okay.
It's going to hit that point.
Yeah. That's why I have my feet turned into door stoppers,
Okay.
great big door stoppers. And I turn it all the way.
You turn it. Are you going to wait for a certain rhythm with the thumping or
Yeah, I will. I will wait till the thumping is done. Until there's a thump and then there's a
right,
withdrawal.
and then you
So
like
I will.
immediately turn it when the thump hits so that
Yeah. Right.
okay.
Yeah.
So you twist the knob really quick and you let it spring open?
No, I don't let it spring open
Oh,
because
okay.
I
You're
have
going
my
to
feet turned
hold
in it.
it very
It'll be
carefully.
just another crack and another way for my very flat head to slide through and see what's on the other side.
Make a very quick reason roll. Like like a fraction of a second reason roll.
Well, it's 33 I roll on a good reason. So I have no idea what I
What you
just did.
see is a large dog barreling at you, just
Uh,
slathering. And when I say slathering, not like in a hungry way, or I should say drooling at you with like giant eyes and like a large tongue that's lolling
uh,
out of its mouth, and it's pounding
I
towards you,
withdraw
and it stop. Are you
back into the closet and I do my best to slam the door. But
make
if
make a agility roll?
okay, well, fortunately I'm good at agility. It's a 72 on a remarkable
Nice.
agility.
Nice. You're able to close it, and what you hear
Uh,
is a large pound, and then
uh,
a and
uh,
this time it's a heartbroken.
yeah. Okay. Well, maybe I can make a friend of this dog. Maybe I can go to the butcher shop and get some steaks.
You can afford anything at this point.
I pretty much can, yeah.
Hmm.
And in fact, I'll have it delivered.
And the steaks come and they're done to
Send me
your
10 pounds
liking.
of yeah, 10 pounds of flank steak or
They
whatever.
found it a little unusual for you to order
Yeah.
uncooked steak, but
Yeah.
what the heck? This guy's paying.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll wait for it to be delivered.
It's delivered.
Okay. Back I go
You go back
up
and
to Uncle Artie's chamber.
the pounding is stopped, but it's just a.
Yeah. Okay. Um, well, I certainly wish I could make this steak thinner than it is, but
Unfortunately, you don't
okay.
have the power
I
to
will.
adjust the items around you.
Right. I will turn my feet into doorstops.
Mm-hmm.
I will wait just a second
Mm-hmm.
to listen, make sure there's no, pounding of feet heading towards me.
Mm-hmm.
Very quietly open the door and toss a steak through.
As you open the door,
Mhm.
you look out, and now that you're opening the door slowly, You're actually taking a moment to process and try to understand what you're looking at. And you're expecting, of course, you're expecting there to be some sort of, um, you're expecting there to be some sort of an interior.
Mhm.
And you're looking at sky.
Okay.
And sitting there is a large dog,
Uh-huh.
bigger than you,
Okay.
that just looks heartbroken.
Right.
And it's hiding.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And it looks like you're at the top of some sort of structure, looking
Hmm.
out over some sort of, well, this sounds crazy, but some sort of village
Hmm.
almost.
Okay.
And the dog sees you, looks at you, looks, sniffs the food.
Now here you go, Fenrir.
He, despite the fact that he looks a little bit nervous or looks like he's
Yeah.
hiding, he can't help himself and he grabs the steak and starts to
Okay.
chomp it. Then smiles, looks out again somewhere at things that are going on down in the structure, or I should say, in outside the structure. You're
Okay.
looking down at some sort of. The best thing I could say at this point for you, and the only thing you can kind of process, is it's almost like a medieval town.
Okay. Well, I'm familiar with fantasy literature.
You would
This
be.
doesn't come as a complete surprise. Yeah.
You would be.
So I will toss him another steak, him or her, I can't tell.
hmm
Um,
It's happy
and
to take
while
it.
while the steak is being gobbled, I will sort of extend my neck like Alice in Wonderland
hmm
and look out around and see what I can see in and around the medieval village.
Um, so you allow your neck to snake out,
Hmm.
moving past this large beast of a dog. And now that you're looking at it, it's a dog, but it's no earthly dog that you've seen
Hmm.
before. There's
Okay.
something off about it. Obviously, the size of it is unlike anything you've ever seen. It's the size of a horse. Um,
Must have some hell of a hip dysplasia in this breed.
it abs yes. We're not getting that scientific, but
Okay.
sure. Yeah, it's a giant ant. And it's absolutely fine walking around. Its body
Uh,
weight is not too much at all. So
yeah.
the dog isn't something it's something you've never encountered before, obviously. But more troublesome perhaps to you at this point is as you look out across this village. Well, you notice that it's not medieval. It's unlike anything. You've studied medieval history, you've studied medieval architecture, I'm sure you've studied uh, uh, stories, you've studied culture, but this is unlike anything you've ever seen before. There's something
Okay.
different about this place.
Okay.
And most disturbingly, as you look up at the sky, you see three slow, gradual arcs of land, rings,
Hmm. In the sky.
in the sky, as if they were all revolving around one central point,
Hmm.
but concentric.
Okay. So I
And
can see through the inner rings to the outer ring.
essentially, and
Yeah.
now looking at where you are, what you
Hmm.
see as you look ahead is a ring that sort of disappears behind a large, glowing brown moon.
Hmm.
So, in other words, if I were to sort of show this to you, you'd see one sphere with four rings around it, all
Uh,
at various angles to one another. And you're
would
on the
they?
one that's most close to
Uh,
the moon in the center.
okay. Um, so we have the place where I am,
hmm
and then the orbit of the moon,
Hmm.
and then three more spheres beyond that.
The moon is in the center.
Oh, okay.
You're on the first ring,
Oh,
and then
I
it
get it.
looks like there are three more rings that are all around at
Okay.
various angles, and they all
Uh,
revolve, it looks, around this moon.
okay. Is there a sun visible?
Nope. However,
Hmm.
when you look into the sky past the rings, it looks like what you're looking at, well, in the sky is some sort of aurora.
Hmm. Okay. Does the aurora have any point of origin, or is it just sort of everywhere?
It's everywhere in every direction that you look around.
Uh,
And the four rings, you get the feeling, are just kind of hanging in
uh,
place.
okay. Now, does this resemble the Ptolemaic universe?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, well, that was the model of the universe created by an Egyptian astronomer named Ptolemy back
Oh.
in ancient times, but it lasted until Copernicus discovered that the sun was at the center of the solar system.
Hmm.
So the for a while they were so the Ptolemaic universe is the one that's used by astrologers, for example, with the sun, with the Earth at the center, and then but all of the planets were basically flat
Mm-hmm.
and stuck on crystal spheres, and you couldn't see the crystal sphere.
Oh. This resembles looking at here's let me be more descriptive here because I want to make sure that you can I think this is kind of like an out of game moment here.
Uh,
Um, but I want to do this because I want to make it crystal clear what you're looking at so you can kind
okay.
of guess what you're looking at here. Essentially, um, essentially what you're looking at, it looks like there's a moon
Hmm.
that has four concentric rings around it, and they appear to be orbiting and moving very slowly, kind of like a gyroscope might,
Right. Okay.
spinning around it. So
All right.
each one has a distinct color. The outermost one appears to be kind of dark and rocky. The next one inward, it appears to be kind of like glowing liquid blue. The
Mhm.
next one, the one closest to you, appears to be almost desert. And you can see as it arcs through the sky, it's got a top, which is flat
Mhm.
and got villages and towns and cities on it, and a bottom, which is rocky.
Uh-huh.
And then the
Okay.
one that you're on now, as you look around, you're not really sure what you're looking at, but it appears very lumpy, dark, and green, almost
Uh,
as if it were the leaves of a vine.
oh, okay. So we're either on Jack's beanstalk or the world tree.
Hmm.
Um, let's see. For the description of the first two, I thought um, earth and water,
You
but there
might
doesn't seem
be
to be one.
right.
But there doesn't seem to be one for fire. Well, that would be the desert one, maybe. And what does that leave? Earth, air. That would be. I would be in the domain of air.
Or an organic vine.
Or an organic vine. Yes,
That's the organic vine domain.
the organic vine domain that is up in the air because it's Jack's beanstalk. Okay, uh, or whatever. All right. How is the dog faring?
The dog looks very worried and keeps sneaking up over to the edge of
Uh huh.
the top of this structure that you're at, and now kind of
Okay.
looking at the structure. Again, it seems to be made out of some organic sort of material that you've never really seen before, but it's peeking out over, and you can kind of hear very faintly and distinctly voices that are down below.
Okay. Well, I will extend my neck still farther so that I can peek over the edge. But
So,
it's just going to be a peek. I'm not going to, hang my entire head over.
right. So, peeking over the edge, what you see are a group of humanoid creatures
Hmm.
And when I say humanoid creatures, they look human, but there's something a little off about them. They're all slightly taller, a little thinner, a little more fair. They most resemble what we would call elves. They almost seem like
Okay.
elves.
All
And
right.
then they are intermingled between them in using body language that seems like very, very assertive, very
Uh-huh.
dominant,
Uh,
are maybe a dozen or so creatures that look like they're made out of dark molten glass almost.
hmm.
And they're steaming from their backs and the tops of their heads.
Hmm.
And they step around, and when they communicate in a language that kind of sounds like shattered glass being rubbed against shattered glass.
Okay.
And there's one
Well, that's
humanoid
creepy. Yeah.
creature that seems to be translating for them and
Okay.
talking between the two.
And is he speaking any language that I recognize?
Um, when he speaks the language of these molten glass like creatures,
Hmm.
you totally don't recognize it. But he does turn back and speak to the others
Hmm.
that are around him in a softer, quieter tone that's very difficult for you to pick up.
Okay. Well,
But it sounds a little
I'm
bit more like a traditional.
how far above them am I?
You are 4 stories, and
Okay.
now at that moment when you realize this, it seems as if the footprint of this structure that you're on now matches the footprint of your mansion
Ooh, okay.
back in Cambridge. And
Yeah.
looking around, I mean, some things are a little different. Some things are
Uh,
rearranged, but you kind of recognize when you look around this door that you just went through, there's actually a living space where you presume, looking in through a window, there is a home, perhaps.
mhm,
And then there's also a doorway on the other side of that doorway.
mhm. Okay. Well, I am going to extend an ear and go down and see if I can pick up any of this translation.
Okay, so if you're going to be doing this,
Mhm.
I need you to make an agility
Okay.
check.
I have a remarkable agility,
Hmm.
58.
It's a little tough and you're a little nervous when you do this because looking around, obviously you're a little off your footing here.
Mm-hmm.
You think you understand what you're looking at. You think that what you're
Yeah.
looking at are about a dozen of these like molten glass like creatures
Mhm.
that are somehow like kind of forcing themselves or bullying almost the villagers of this small town.
Mhm.
But you're not quite sure. And sometimes they'll poke out from between members of the crowd, and you're a little bit nervous about that. You don't really know, like, oh my God, I wasn't expecting that. But you're able to send and snake like a drain,
Mhm.
like a pipe drain, or no, what are
Yeah.
they called? What are those things called? Um,
Roto-rooter.
Roto-rooter, yeah, like that. You're able to snake it along the edge
Mhm.
of the structure and then bring it out through the crowd and then listen in. And indeed, what you're hearing is this glass on glass kind of
Right.
sound as this creature is translating. And then you begin to hear what sounds like a variation on English.
Okay.
And what is being explained by what looks to be, from where your vantage point is, what
Mhm.
looks to be maybe the elder or the one in charge or the translator, he's explaining to them that they've come to send several people into the labyrinth
Mhm.
to look for the items that they need. And when they say the items that they need, it sounds like they're saying the powder, the powder, the
Mhm.
powder, over and
Okay.
over and over again. And from
Now,
what you get,
who is sending? Is it the elves that are sending people down, or is
these these molten glass creatures are
it?
demanding
Mhm.
that the elves, for lack of a better word,
Okay.
send several of among them into the
Mhm.
labyrinth or into the maze
Right.
in order to bring back this powder. And as they talk, you get the impression that this has been done almost every month. Something like this happens.
Mhm. Okay.
Several of their these beings go into the labyrinth and they do not come back out.
Okay.
And they want to put their foot down and they want to resist, but the way that the molten glass creatures are pushing them around, they don't really have much choice. They argue for a while, but it's kind of apparent from what you're listening to. It sounds as if the elves, if that's what they are
Mhm.
eventually going to give in.
All right. Okay. I am going to withdraw my ear, withdraw my head,
Mm-hmm.
toss another steak to the dog,
Mm-hmm.
close the door, go through the other door, close that one,
Mm-hmm.
go back down to the library, pick up the map of the maze,
Mm-hmm.
um, take a photo of this map with my new camera, and then take the camera with me back to this world.
I I like that you've said this. And then what do you do? Do you look at your phone and admire your map?
Um, well, since I'm not in the maze yet,
Mm-hmm.
I have no need to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd be interesting to see if I get any bars in this world.
You look at the phone and you get no bars.
Uh,
And as a matter of fact, the phone is starting to get very hot.
okay. Well, I take it back.
It's got that kind of feeling like I don't know if you've ever like I don't know. It feels like sometimes it gets hung up in like five different programs and it won't shut down and it gets like hot, hot,
Yeah.
hot, hot, hot. It's starting to
Yeah.
feel like that.
Okay. Well, I go back into my mansion
Yep.
then.
The dog
Uh,
tries to follow you, by the way.
yeah, I throw it another steak and say,
It
in a
goes
minute.
after them.
Yeah. Okay. Um, I go I go back to the library and I get the actual map, and uh, put it in a backpack or something,
Mm-hmm.
along with some basic supplies from the kitchen, some canned
Mm-hmm.
food, a canned opener,
Mm-hmm.
um, and then return to this world. And there is, okay, if this is a duplicate of my mansion in Cambridge,
Yeah,
is there,
basically.
is there a stair I can go down?
Yeah, so here's the interesting thing. Like, you leave the portal,
Mm-hmm.
for lack of a better word, from
Mm-hmm.
dimension 275,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have to walk around and go to the door, a separate door that takes you back inside the the analog equivalent here
Mm-hmm. Right.
in what you presume is Vagaver at this point.
Right. Okay.
And there
Well,
is,
I will
yes.
very, very carefully head down.
As you head down, what you find is this doesn't really feel so much like a home as it feels more like a temple
Okay.
in a way. And you see that the floor plan is about the same and the views are about the same, except as you're walking through, what you find in the library is a model of
Mm-hmm.
the rings that you were just looking at. And indeed, it confirms that it's a moon
Uh,
surrounded by four rings,
uh,
and the first ring looks like a large vine that twists in
hmm.
a circle, covered
Okay.
in leaves, and each leaf has a different little city or town on it.
Okay.
And then the
Interesting.
next ring is flat, and it looks like it's desert with mesas and
Uh,
trees that are immensely tall. The next ring looks like a long string of pearls along a necklace, and what you realize you're looking at are individual oceans that are strung along some sort
Ah,
of
okay.
gossamer string. And then the final ring almost looks like a bear trap from what you're looking at, but the teeth part of it, those are actually mountains
Uh-huh.
that go incredibly high. And when you touch it, it looks like it can kind of spin
Hmm.
a bit, and it looks like it's got this kind of cycle that you can cycle it through.
Okay.
So
Hmm.
continuing on
Yeah.
through into the second level and then the first level, which by the time you reach the bottom, it almost looks like you're in a, like I said, a temple or some sort of
Mhm.
church
Uh-huh.
with the equivalent of pews.
Okay.
And
Are there
then,
pews on every floor?
I'm sorry?
Are there pews on every floor?
No, it looks like each floor. It looks like the fourth floor was more like a living space.
Hmm.
And maybe you put this together in your head. It looks like the sort of space where the caretaker might live. And then
Hmm.
the third floor is the library. The second
Okay.
floor looked like it was meeting rooms and like more living spaces
Uh-huh.
and things like that. And then the first floor looks like a place of worship of
Okay.
some sort.
So, I take a glance at the library books on
Hmm.
my way down and see if they are in any language that I know.
There are a few that are in English,
Uh-huh.
and they are historical accounts. They are English textbooks related to
Okay.
history. There are some mathematics books. Um, Whoever it was that was here collected books in a scholarly way
Hmm.
from Earth
Okay.
or from Harvard.
On what subject?
Um, uh, Nothing in particular. It seems to be like
Okay.
a spectrum of subjects. It's
All
almost
right.
like,
Like the library in the other world. Yeah.
yeah,
Uh,
yes.
yeah. Okay. I will.
You could still hear that
I,
dialogue going on outside, by the way.
yeah. Okay. I'm not sure that I want
And the
these
dog
fight.
is following you down.
Oh, okay. Well, he can. Yeah. All right. If he's. I will continue to listen.
Um, you don't get much more out of it except they
Uh,
argue for a while. They
uh,
ultimately say that yes, we're going to select someone.
mm,
Um, you get the impression that these glass magma creatures
mm, yeah.
are almost like bandits or pirates
Mm,
that
all
are
right.
forcing them to do this.
Okay. And these glass creatures, are they actually hot? Are they actually flaming and steaming and
As you watch them, they appear to be. They have steam that's coming out of their heads and out of their
mm,
backs.
okay.
When they speak, they sometimes lean in, and you can see like their jaw is almost like a steam shovel. But like when it
Okay.
opens up, there's like red hot coals inside. And
Oh,
then
okay.
at the front of its chest, it looks like almost like the door you'd see on a furnace. There's like a
All right.
grate and a grill on the front.
Well, I know how to defeat them.
You just need ice
It,
water.
exactly. Yep. If only I had a fire hose.
There we go.
Yeah.
If I had a nickel every time I've said that in a fantasy world, I'd be a
Yeah.
rich man and a hero.
Uh, well, in a fantasy world, I'd have a nickel for every time I say, I wish I had a spell of arc light.
Right, that's true.
Yeah, just cause a B-52 attack on the enemy
Yes,
capital.
I wish I could
Yeah.
call in
Yeah.
an airstrike.
There was an old Saturday Night Live routine in the first couple seasons. They had a series of what ifs.
Oh.
One was what if Napoleon had a B-52 at the Battle of Waterloo? Was one of them.
Right.
And
Or a
another
Death
one was
Star.
what if Superman had landed in Germany,
Oh, yeah.
right?
That's
And so
actually an
he's Ubermensch, right? And
Mm-hmm.
the Lois Lane character, well, can you tell what color my panties are? And he goes, yes, your panties are blue, and that guy's Jewish.
Oh my gosh.
But anyway, um, well, I will just wait until this conversation ends.
It
With
looks
any luck, the flaming guys are going to leave.
it looks
I think.
like it's coming to an end. And
Hmm.
it looks like it sounds as if they have selected
Hmm.
some rather reluctant heroes, or I should
Right.
say victims, or I should
Mm.
say guinea pigs, or
Right.
however you want to slice it.
Hmm. Okay.
Would you like to step out?
I'm gonna wait for the flaming creatures to leave.
It does
Uh,
not look like those creatures are leaving because
okay.
when they've selected their heroes, guinea pigs,
Uh,
victims, whatever you want to call them, they all kind of there's something in their body language where they shift positions and places, and the impression you get is that they're being kind of corralled and taken
uh,
over.
okay. Do I know where they're being corralled to? Do I have any idea?
Um, make make an intuition roll.
Hmm. Not so good. 28.
Um, you're not really sure other than the fact that it's off in a certain direction
Uh-huh.
that
Okay.
is like facing.
So they're not likely to head on up to the library and try that mix.
At this point, it doesn't look like they're heading toward the library. It looks like
Okay.
they're almost kind of like almost going away from it.
Okay. I will. And is this happening like right in front of the front door?
It's a ways away. You can kind of tell me what you want to do, and we can play with the space here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just kind of want to. When they go marching off, I want to follow. I'll take the dog. What the hell?
Okay. So they start to actually head off, and as they do, there's a certain window or a certain moment
Mhm.
where it seems like it's about the right time to exit the
Right.
structure.
I will do this.
And you open the door and you set foot out.
Hmm.
And it hits you at that moment. You're in another world. You're
Hmm.
in another realm. There's
Uh-huh.
something even different about the soil here.
Uh-huh.
It's silty or organic, or it's something a little bit different than
Yeah.
what you are used to.
Okay.
And
Does it seem hostile in any way?
not hostile. I guess I'm just trying to give you the feeling that you have entered another world.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if there was ever any moment, like up until this point, where you've been questioning or doubting that this is all a dream or something like that,
Hmm.
you have definitely slipped over into the other side. And even as you take your strides, it feels like the ground is made out of this silty material, or
Hmm.
the soil is this smooth, silty material, unlike anything that you felt, even like say mud or whatever.
Hmm.
It's different. Um,
Yeah.
and now as you step forward, are you doing anything to the dog is like right kind of hopping along behind you, but nobody's really paying attention because they're all kind of following this solemn procession
Right.
as these glass magma like creatures sort of corral the crowd as they move forward,
Hmm.
and they're surrounding whoever it was that they've just selected to go forward and
Right.
go into
Hmm.
presumably the labyrinth.
Right.
Are you making any attempts to hide yourself at all, or just
I
staying
don't think
behind
so.
everyone?
I'm just not calling attention to myself.
A few people
Although
give you.
being a stranger strangely dressed with a giant pony-sized dog
Well,
following me
I was going to say
attract the eye.
they look right past the giant dog and they don't think
Uh,
anything of it, but they do a double take when they look at you.
uh-huh.
And
Okay.
so far, it's just the civilians here. It's just the
Right.
villagers here that are
Uh-huh.
sort of doing, and they're kind of lean into each other and they mumble something to each
Uh-huh.
other in that accented English that's sort of like what you were, but it almost sounds British in a weird sort of way.
Uh-huh.
And they're
Okay.
talking to each other, and you can't quite pick up on what they're saying, but
I can guess.
then they're doing another double take, and they kind of
Uh,
elbow each other, and they're definitely
I
looking at
wonder
you.
if I wonder if they recognize my genetic resemblance to Uncle Artie.
And now the whole procession is moving forward,
Huh.
and they are heading outward towards the edges of the village.
Okay.
And you're following along, and the dog is kind of running beside you. And now a few people are starting to sort of take note of you, and they sort of get that you're trying to be incognito here, and they're
Yeah.
like excited to sort of see you, but they're not
Mhm.
quite sure. Like they
Uh-huh.
want to, like they'd give you, you get this feeling like they'd give you the Earth equivalent of like a thumbs up
Yeah.
if they
Okay.
could, but they're like, oh, somebody's here, somebody's here.
Yeah. Okay. So I will continue to move along.
So
I'll
I
just tap my nose when they seem to see me.
okay. So at this point, what we're going to do now is we're going to take one more short break, and then I
Okay.
believe we're going to finish up our adventure following the break. So please stick around. I'm going to run a 10-minute countdown, and we will
Right.
be back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, everybody. Were you are you surprised by this or have you been expecting this? So when last we left our hero, the Elasticized Man, he was investigating another world, another dimension, if you will. And he was actually following a group of villagers whose name we'll come to learn, who were essentially under being forcibly led toward a labyrinth in order to seek out a certain item or a certain good, which we don't quite understand yet. We know it's some sort of powder or some sort of item or something, but we
I
don't
just
know.
view it as a golden pineapple.
Yes, it could be a golden dull pineapple. And it seemed as if the villagers had selected, or perhaps two of them had stepped forward and volunteered to go into the labyrinth. And those are our two additional heroes here. We have on the left, we have the Canadian Cavalier, and then, of course, we have on the right, Solo Down. So you may recognize these two ne'er-do-wells as heroes from prior adventures. We're not quite sure how they got to this world. They will probably fill us in on this. But at this point, what I'm going to do is rewind a little bit and establish the scene so that everybody knows where we are. So Josh, otherwise known as the Elasticized Man, is following along with a crowd of villagers who are being poked and prodded, corralled and wrangled by a group of molten glass-like creatures with steam and black soot rising off of their heads and backs. Um, they appear to have been selecting two or three villagers to go into a labyrinth to seek out some sort of an item. It may be the golden pineapple. We're not exactly sure at this point. Um, and now the elasticized man, Joshua, sees the crowd part and he recognizes, well, he sort of recognizes these two figures, whoever they may be. It couldn't be, that's not the guy I read about in the paper, the hero, the Canadian Cavalier, and that couldn't be soloed down. You've seen blurry pictures of him like taken at night, moving with bands of followers as he does his supposedly seedy business. How could these two have gotten here, and why would you ever be involved in anything like this? You've been patrolling for months and not finding any criminals, and now you find two heroes or two super beings. Um,
Clearly, I was looking in the wrong place.
yeah, you were
Uh,
definitely in the wrong place. So let's kind of take it from here. And as the crowd parts, can I have Solo and the Cavalier maybe tell us a little bit about what you guys look like? And
Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, okay. So I am the Canadian Cavalier. I am dressed in red and white with a white hood and a maple leaf shaped cape,
mhm.
and I think Captain America, but for Canada. So that's what I look like.
And
Solo.
Solo Down is dressed in typical tactical gear. Looks a lot like me, white beard, wearing the boonie hat, He's got his dark glasses, and you hear him look over at Canadian Cavalier and he goes, CC, I came here to eat Twizzlers and kick ass. I'm almost out of Twizzlers. You know what that means.
I tell you, Solo, whose ass I'm gonna kick is that dimensional detective. He didn't tell us he was sending us to Narnia. What is going on over here?
I'm right here with you, buddy.
well, wait till you get to go through the closet.
And
Okay.
so, what is your reaction then, Elasticized Man? So it looks like these two are the ones that are selected to go into this labyrinth. You at this point are you're holding back. Some people
Mhm.
have recognized you and they're like elbowing. They're like Somebody's here. Look at this guy. Like,
uh,
are you still going to hang back or?
well, if I'm close enough to hear what they're saying to each other, I think I'll just stroll over and introduce myself. Hey guys, been here long?
No, not that long. Are you the mayor of this place?
Oh, if I am, they haven't told me. I just came in here through a secret passage from Cambridge.
The
And
database.
it looks like you guys are going to be sacrificed, so I thought I might as well join you.
The database says you're a rubber band man. Huh.
Yeah, the Elasticized Man, but you can call me Josh.
The more the merrier.
Yeah.
Get in here and get what we need to get until we can get out of here.
Okay. Is anyone expressing terrific surprise that I seem to be volunteering for
So
this?
basically,
oh, by the way, this is my dog. I don't know that he has a name yet.
So just to remind everybody, there is a rather large dog that has been following the Elasticized Man around since he offered him several raw steaks. And this is, when I say a large dog, I mean the size of a horse. So this dog is now seemingly in love with Josh and will follow him to the ends of a labyrinth, perhaps.
Okay.
A lot of the crowd now, there's a real kind of like voices start rippling through the crowd.
Mhm.
And you can see that there's a bit of a turn. Now, everyone in the crowd seemed to be very familiar with who Canadian Cavalier and Solo Down were. But now that you are here, Elasticized Man, you hear the word the dole, the dole, the dole, repeated and rippling through the crowd. The dole, the dole. And then you hear every so often Pineapple King, the dole, the dole, the dole. Over and over and over again. And there's some clear recognition.
How many freaking elves know about the Pineapple King? Come on.
Well, somehow, we're not sure how, but somehow they do.
I think my Uncle Artie must have been through here.
He may very well have. And as this happens, there becomes a bit of maybe an argument going on between these creatures known, and of course, Solo Down and Canadian Cavalier. Do you recall the name of these creatures, or would you like me to sort of refresh your memories? They are Operati, that is correct. So these glass magma-like creatures are actually called operati, and they step forward and they seem to be very mistrustful of the Elasticized Man and the fact that he has just recently appeared, and they lean in, 2 or 3 of them, just getting right in your face. And you can just feel the heat coming, venting out of their maws and out of their chests, and then more steam billowing out their backs and the tops of their heads as they do so.
So I just say, gentlemen, is there a problem?
So what I want you to do is make a psyche roll.
Okay.
What is your psyche rank?
My psyche is excellent.
Excellent. Go ahead.
And then I roll an 18, so not so excellent.
Okay. Looking at the operati, looking at their skin, like glass, it looks as if they're covered in an oil slick. There's a spectrum of revolving colors as you look through. And looking into it, what you see is yourself, Solo Down and the Canadian Cavalier, deep in the labyrinth, being overrun by some sort of creatures like living trees, pulling you down deep into a chasm. And as you scream, a root comes up, wraps itself around your head, and your own elasticized body tries to wrangle it back, but you're unable to. The root fires into your mouth, and you're pulled down, all 3 of you, into this chasm to your death. And then the vision is gone.
Do these other 2 guys see this?
They do not. Only you.
Right. Well, forewarned is forearmed, or so I hope.
Mm-hmm.
So do I have the impression that the operati are deliberately sending me this vision?
No, the impression that you get is that you've just the impression that you get is that they are just simply reflecting back to you that which is your future.
Okay, all right.
There's
Well,
no malevolence in this at all. It's just what they do.
Okay. Guys, we're going to have a talk as soon as we get into the labyrinth. Because I
Okay.
just saw some shit and it's not looking good.
The Apparati now at this point are getting very impatient and they're starting to argue with the elven creatures. And so it looks like they want you to just go in there, and some of the elven creatures look at you rather regretfully as if they almost feel, well, they feel badly about the situation that you're in now, but
Right. Well,
they want you
yeah.
to get going.
Okay, well, I wave at the elven guys and say, I'll be back.
And so with that,
Maybe I should say,
we're okay. I just hit go live. If you could maybe just watch, Steve, and just let me know. I think it's catching it again.
It's live.
It's live now.
Okay, everybody. I just want to apologize for that. Apparently, I had, well, not apparently, I definitely had a computer crash, and everything just went completely black. Not unlike my last Friday night, but that wasn't a streaming issue. That was a different sort of issue. So we are back live, and I believe that our heroes were just about to enter the labyrinth. So
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Josh, can you tell us what you were about to do?
Okay, well, I have told them about my vision
Mm-hmm.
and that we're probably going to be swarmed by plant critters. And if any of you have a flamethrower, this would be the time to get it ready.
I can accommodate.
Okay.
Yes.
Good to know.
Solo
Yeah.
down can definitely accommodate with something like that.
Okay. And the other thing is I have a map.
Mm.
So
Can
I
I
go
take
in
a
my
look at it?
backpack and I get it out.
I look at it. Can I take a look at that?
Oh, sure.
Let me just ask you this. Do you just say, hey, I have a map? Or do you kind of like sort of quietly say to Solo down, I've got a map?
Well, if there's, I will say it to these two. So far as I know, we're by ourselves now because we've entered the labyrinth, right?
I'm gonna say that okay, I'm willing to play it that way. So I had sort of figured, but I'm talking to the viewers at home now. When you're not really sure what your players are, have done, this is obviously all theater of the mind. So why not give them the benefit of the doubt? Obviously, these guys would not have just, waved a secret map around in the air while the bad guys were around. Yes. So
Right.
go ahead and do so. You don't even have to make your roll. And as you enter this labyrinth, what you see is that the labyrinth is composed of organic matter, vines, trees, even soil, all seems to move at the molecular level as if bending, not unlike the Elasticized Man, opening up as our three heroes enter it.
Mm.
And behind it, the crowd follows with you. Those operati standing next to
Okay.
and within.
So are
And
the
then
crowd actually going to follow us into the labyrinth, or
the
are they
the
just?
labyrinth begins to close up,
Okay.
cutting you all off, and now you are on your own.
Okay. Well, I get out
So,
the map. Anyone have a light?
so when you pull out the map, I say, can I take a look at that?
Yeah.
And what I'll do is I'll use my nanite system, copy the map, and then put a holographic image of it up in front of us so we can follow it.
Oh, great. Because I was afraid this would get torn or burned or something. So I put it back in my backpack.
Tell me how well, okay, we'll just say that. You're able to do that then solo down. So you take a look at it, and floating before you is a nanite-ish looking holographic image in 3 dimensions of the labyrinth.
Okay, now where are we on this?
So,
Because obviously we have to go to the Golden Pineapple. How many
Mhm.
entrances to the labyrinth are there?
So the labyrinth looks like it has one entrance, which you are at now, and an
Uh,
exit, which is on the other side
okay.
of the labyrinth. And it's probably a few miles. And moreover, looking at this map, now that you see the edges of it, you
Uh-huh.
think that what you're looking at is actually a map of the leaf that your village, that this village called Newtown, is on.
Hey, that's
And
the old name for Cambridge.
that's right. That's absolutely right.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So let's get in, kill the Minotaur, and get out. Let's go.
All right, fight fiercely, Harvard. Um,
So here's the deal. Are we really gonna get this stuff and give it back to those crystalline monkeys?
why would we
No.
do that?
Or do I get to make dust again?
You know, I don't know, but do you have any kind of like cold ray, cold projection?
Oh yeah.
Because it
You
would
like
cause
that?
them to it would cause them to blow up.
I know.
Yeah.
We faced them already.
Oh, all right. Okay.
I'm not worried about those guys. I'm worried about getting home.
Yeah. I think if we exit the other end of this map, we will be back on Earth.
All right.
So let's
So
do it.
as far as these poses are concerned, we just died in the labyrinth.
Then let's do it. Let's find this stuff and
Yeah.
let's get moving.
Right.
Do you know about the walking dust?
No.
But what we're going to find in here is a substance that allows us to travel between realities.
Ah, that's what it's for. Okay.
So let's get it and get moving. And when we
Right.
get back, CC, I think you need to smack that dimensional detective just dropping us off in places and not giving us details.
Yeah.
It's true. Unfortunately, the Dimensional Detective could not cameo tonight so that you could smack him in person. However, I will virtually smack him in a text message perhaps tomorrow for you, Solo. Don't worry about that. I'll send him. I'll let him know. He'll take it the right way. It's a love tap, really.
Absolutely.
So with that, you hold out the map and you sort of, or I should say well, you tell me, Solo. How does your map work? Do you sort of reach out and you can kind of manipulate it with your hands as it's floating in front of you, or is there
Right. Yeah.
is it like,
Just the typical, since it's a hologram, we can spin it and so on and so forth. So what I basically do is where it should be, the map itself is probably golden in color, and we're a green dot. We're the green dot. And I'll position it where it's basically in front of us. So when we start moving, we can see ourselves moving directly along the path. So do we have a designated spot for where the glimmer dust could possibly be?
Well, here's the interesting thing. Elasticized Man, have you taken a close look at this map and really tried to read it yet?
Not a super close look. No.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have walked the maze in my library at home.
Mm-hmm. You've
So I'm
walked
familiar with
half
that.
the maze.
Yes, right. I've walked half the maze to the goal,
Mm-hmm.
which was unfortunately on the other side of a bookcase that I couldn't get around.
Yes. And so now, following
Can I
that,
tell which half of the maze I'm in now?
it looks like you're in the half that you walked.
Okay.
And this appears to be as you move forward, and Solo is kind of rotating the map, and maybe he shows you how to operate it as well, and then you can kind of check your own just to make sure that everything is like on the up and up here.
If you want, you can go ahead and mark the spot so we know where we're going.
All right. Well, let's do that. Let's scatter breadcrumbs behind us or whatever we do.
So you're absolutely able to do that as you go. Now let's do this. Josh, what I'm going to ask you to do is actually make a roll. You're going to make, actually, I'm going to make it a sort of like a a graduated roll here. So I'm
Okay.
going to have you make 2 rolls in order to successfully get you to the doorway that you encountered in your newly inherited home, right?
Okay.
So the first roll is going to be for distance and safety, and we'll see like what you encounter. And then the second roll will be the same. So do me a favor and make either a reason or intuition roll, whichever one is higher or whichever one you're feeling better about for your first roll.
Okay. Excellent is better than good, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, according to Marvel
Fortunately,
superheroes.
I have excellent intuition. My reason could be better. And I roll a 36.
36.
The crucial rolls, you see, are really going to suck.
Thank you for playing tonight, Walter. Here's a copy of our home game. See you next week. So with a 36, you're moving along through the maze, and there are several points where you have to backtrack, actually, because while the map says one thing, it wasn't quite what you read it as, and you took a wrong turn here, a wrong turn there. And what you come to is almost like a tunnel where the trees start to curve inward, forming a ceiling. And that aurora that you had been seeing in the sky disappears. And it's a smooth, almost tunnel that's probably a quarter of a mile in length, maybe. That could be your imagination. Maybe it's just an eighth of a mile and it seems like a quarter of a mile. But it's glowing with light. And you can see along the green interior of it, almost, it's like a chlorophyllic like blood that's pumping through the veins. And on these veins, there are these large, they look like sticks almost, that are attached every so often. And they appear to be throbbing with the veins as this green chlorophyllic sort of substance pumps and pulses through them.
Well, guys, I don't like the looks of this, but it looks like we have to go through here.
All right.
Get your flamethrowers ready.
So are you just stepping forward?
I think we need to decide what the march order is going to be.
Spoken like a man who's
is
been
Solo
through
still
many
on our planet?
total party
Absolutely.
kills.
Yeah, okay. You were. I couldn't tell if you'd frozen or not.
No, I'm just sitting still.
Okay. So anyway, so I have a feeling these little twiggy things are going to attack us somehow.
What do you think, Elasticized Man? How would you like to set the marching
Are they
order?
like do they look at all like hypodermic needles or anything like that?
They look like, looking at them very quickly, they look like it looks like insect camouflage, the way that insects often look like twigs, just as you described, except they're immense. They're maybe 8, 9, 10 feet long in some cases.
Okay. In that case, well, we're going to end up fighting a bunch of stick critters.
Maybe.
You know, unless you know the magic spell that would allow us to get past them. Okay, I don't. Apparently, Solo has a lot of gadgets. Are there any that would be a particular use in this situation? In which case,
I would let I'll let Matt. I probably would have to make a roll for it. My nanite system. Could I literally come up with maybe some have it extrapolate defoliant or something like that? That would
I
use it.
like the way that you're thinking. Why don't you go ahead and use whatever
Well,
ability is necessary in order to calculate.
well, my dark system,
Mm-hmm.
the dynamic augmented response
Mm-hmm.
core,
Yep.
it's incredible.
Yep.
So we're gonna make a roll.
Yep.
And we got 74.
74. You are able to use the dark system in order to create what probably will mix a cocktail that would kill a similar insect on Earth. Now, whether or not that's going to work in Vagaver, that's a different sort of story, but it looks pretty good.
All right. Well, what I'm gonna do then, I'm gonna send the nanites out and let them begin to introduce this pesticide to the insects.
All right, so I'm not going to make you roll for sending them out, but I'm going to allow them to sort of swim down through this tunnel. And as they swim, they begin to disperse this chemical that begins to fill and fog the atmosphere in front of the three of you. And as it swirls, go ahead, Walter.
I am going to create a mask for my face. I'm going to turn my face into a nice filter mask
Mm-hmm.
with very fine
Mm-hmm.
mesh in it, so I don't have to breathe this stuff.
While the other two are coughing and hacking,
Yeah.
the mist swirls through,
Uh,
and what you see is first, was that a little bit of movement? Was it? I'm not sure. And then what appears to be almost like wings fold out and then flap back together. And it almost looks like a lot of them are starting to wake up at this point. And as they awaken, they begin to shift and crawl along the edges. And you can see that there is this green chlorophyll-like substance that's now dripping from their maws. And indeed, they had been feeding off of whatever this substance was. And as it drips, you can see it glowing on the forest floor, on the surface.
Can I analyze it?
You can if you want to like zip right up to it and like take a quick sample. Make we'll call it a reason check.
Can it be considered under my alien studies, or would it be just
Yeah.
reason?
Go ahead. No. Alien studies, sure.
All right, so that's going to be a remarkable.
Remarkable, okay.
And I got another 72.
This substance is an incredibly pure form of the powder that you're looking for. It would probably kill a human in such a high concentration.
uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
So, how is this powder used? Do you snort it? Do you sprinkle it like fairy dust? What?
Yeah, the people snort it.
Okay.
They ingest it.
All right.
Essentially, a distilled version
Yeah.
is what is often used to unlock the doors of perception and also to unlock, it sort of flips you between worlds. So enough of this powder, a particular blend of it, can flip you back into the Earth realm and then back here to Vagaver.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're gonna go find the steel package, but because Solo is who he is, he's going to definitely get himself a nice sample. He'll pull out I guess his canteen and have his nanites bring him enough, so he has a nice amount to take back with him of the undistilled pure essence.
You're able to sample it and scoop it up. But now the fact still remains that you're going to have to cross down through this, and a lot of them are fluttering and moving now, and they appear to have sort of resettled back onto vines, thicker vines, and thicker conduits of this substance. But at a certain point, you're going to have to cross through it.
Well, looks like that didn't get rid of the problem, but at least we got this.
Yeah.
And, maybe we can move through it, and maybe they're too interested in snacking to worry about 3 individuals walking through.
Let's walk quietly.
All right, so you each begin to walk forward. And
Uh-huh.
as you do, it appears that they seem to be hibernating or snoozing, or perhaps a few of them that you walk by very, sort of close to, relatively close to. They almost seem like they are high with the ingestion of whatever this substance is. And as you continue through, slowly but surely you make your way toward the other side. More of that drip, drip, dripping around you.
I try not to get dripped on.
Yes, I would say you probably want to avoid it. It just seems like a very pure form of it.
How big are these insects?
They are at least like 8, 9 feet, maybe even 10 feet in some cases, and they're just
They're bigger than my dog? Jeez.
yes.
Huge. Okay.
Is your dog, by the way, is your dog following you?
Yeah.
I am not preventing the dog from following me. I'm not sending it home.
It's coming after you, and
if it wants to come
around.
after me, it can come after me.
It looks very worried at this point.
Yeah. That makes 4 of us, I think. Okay.
And if possible, while we're going through, I'm going to do a low yield scan on these creatures to gather as much data on the alien, because that's my thing, alien studies.
Yep.
I'm basically going to gather as much information, physiology, whole nine, that I can do without disturbing them.
Yep. And so eventually, as you're walking through, you continue to scan, and every so often, there's one that flutters, and then it stops. It flutters, and then it stops. And you think for a moment, oh my goodness, and then it stops. And you eventually make your way through, and nothing happens.
Nice.
Well, that's never happened before.
I know.
Yeah.
Who knows what it means? It's almost as if the game master's trying to save things up for later.
Gosh.
Let's have you make your second roll as the one with the map. So Josh, please give us a second roll. I believe it was reason that I said, or was it intuition? Or I asked you to make the higher roll, right?
Yeah, it was intuition.
Yeah.
And I roll another 33.
Another 33. Let me just check my chart here very quickly. No reason at all. As you're walking along, you begin to see in great quantities these centipede-like creatures that are moving along. And
how big are they?
How
big are they?
These appear to be much smaller. They're about 4 or 5 feet long each.
Oh, great.
And on their backs, on like their segmented backs, every so often what you see are feathers that puff up, almost like peacock feathers, in successions. And there are something like 50 segments to the creature, 2 legs on each one, and you realize they probably have about 100 or so legs.
These
as they
feathers,
move
do
along.
I suspect they might be poisonous?
Oh, that's a very good question. Make an intuition roll.
I haven't been doing so well in that so far, but
Do they have big mandibles?
They do. Yes.
Big, dripping, poisonous mandibles, and I rolled a 25, so I have no clue.
You're not really sure at all, or you're very confident that they're not. Either
Maybe
way.
I should roll something other than intuition.
Did you say intuition?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys are free to make rolls as well.
I rolled a 55.
55. You're able actually to cross-referencing what you got, the scans that you got with the other creatures and these. Yes, they are poisonous.
All All right, boys. Be careful. There's a little bit of nastiness dripping over there.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You're going to continue through?
Well, we have to if that's what the map tells us to do, that's kind of what we have
So
to
then
do.
as you move forward, what I need you to do at this point is to roll for initiative because they are indeed going to attack. And so the way that initiative is rolled in Phase Rip, I'm going to keep it really simple. All you have to do is roll a d10, and then I'm going to compare the bad guy's d10 to the highest d10 that our three heroes get. So can you guys tell me what you rolled?
I roll a 9.
9?
I rolled a 10.
I wrote a 9.
Okay, wow, this is excellent because they actually rolled a 9 as well, but you guys got the 10. So I'm going to give you guys the option of going first. And it looks like one each of these creatures starts to whipsaw around toward you.
How many of them are there?
There are maybe a dozen or so of them, but I'm just going to say that they're kind of like peeking up, and there are 3 in particular that come after you guys.
Okay. I am going to transform into a bowling ball weighing
nice.
185 pounds.
Yeah.
And I'm going to squash them.
Okay.
And if their feathers splash out, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go and squash something else.
I like it. So what would we call this, Walter? Would we call this a blunt attack? Would that be fair?
I call it hit and run.
Or charging. Yeah, it could
yeah.
be hit and run.
I think charging.
Charging. Yeah. Okay, that's an endurance roll. So please make an endurance roll. What is your
My endurance is incredible.
Incredible. Go ahead.
And I roll an 87.
So you are able to indeed roll over one of them. I'm going to give you, because you squish it and you roll over it so quickly that you just see the gunk exploding outward in as these globules of feathers that are sort of mixed up. And Canadian Cavalier and Solo Down both have to kind of shy, and they're like, hold on, man, like watch what you're doing here. So I'm going to allow you actually to make a second roll.
Okay.
Just for the second one, because you're on such a roll with your bowling ball.
That's good. No, it's the hit and run. That's the hit and run.
Yeah, that's his move.
I either rolled a 40 or a 400.
I'm going to go with a 40.
I have a 10-sided die that just does the 10s, you know. So
okay.
40 and a 4. So that could be 400. I could have gotten them all.
We'll call it a 44.
Okay.
So
no, that's just the 4.
Right.
If it's a 0, 0, and a 4.
No,
he said a 40 and a 40
and a 10. Okay.
Wow, what a killjoy Canadian Cavalier.
Oh, I thought he rolled a 4.
Well, he's Canadian. He's dedicated to fair play.
That's right. Yes, he's very fair. That is a very. You know what? Actually, Canadian Cavalier, take 10 karma points for that.
Wait, I get 10 karma?
You get 10 karma
beautiful.
points. You are playing a true Canadian, being fair and honest, like truly.
Beautiful.
Can you guys smell that? It smells like Canada in here suddenly.
It's the bacon.
Right. So
at the moment, I think Canada smells like smoke.
Oh, too soon.
Yeah.
So you're actually able to barely roll forward, and with this one, you end up one more time rolling over that second creature. And this one just goes up, you break its back, it snaps in half, and that's more than enough to actually kill it. However, there is a third creature that's left, so now I'm going to say it's equidistant between Canadian Cavalier and Solo Down, and you guys can sort of double team it, or you can let the other guy take it, whatever you wish.
Well, go ahead, Canadian Cavalier. You start me off, because I'm not sure what maneuver you're going to hit it with.
All right. Well, I am going to pull out my magic historic blade of the Marquis de Salaberry.
Can you tell us a little bit about this blade?
Yes, it belonged to a Canadian general during the War of 1812.
Yeah.
who fought and defeaed the Americans as they tried to invade Montreal.
Yeah.
And I found it on a trip up north, and saw a vision of its owner,
Mm-hmm.
who inspired me to become the Canadian Cavalier.
Mm-hmm.
And now the blade is a magic blade that comes with me.
And by the way,
And-
we weren't defeated in that battle. It was a tie.
In this history, you would say love.
Walter, take 10 karma points for being a bitter, angry American about something that was our own fault. You know what Don't worry, Solo. You'll probably get them you'll get them at some point.
I'm not worried about it.
And by the way, everyone that's listening, the karma points are actually used to adjust your rolls. So if you are, for example, you're really pressed and you want to make sure that you make this roll, you can spend your karma points to add to a particularly important roll, or any roll, or a unimportant roll, whatever you prefer. So that is essentially they're like XP that is spent toward your rolls and other things. So where were we? Go ahead and make your.
Pulled out my sword, and I'm
Yep.
going to attack into this creature.
All right, so we'll call it an edged
And-
attack, I guess.
It is, and I'm using a sharp weapon, which
Yep.
makes it incredible.
Yep.
And yeah, so it's an incredible, and I rolled a 56.
56. That is easily a hit and a success. And so tell us how this works. These things are like super fragile, and you're able to just cut right through it. What does it look like?
It looks like I work at Benihana, and I just chopped up, and I throw a piece of wood into Solo's mouth as he's on the other side of the.
Like just like chopping it up and just get it like right it over to him. Perfect. So you're able to kill the third and final one, and as the others see what has just happened, they start to skitter off into the bushes and the weeds, and then are soon gone. And I'm going to say that that is the second half to get up to the doorway that you encountered before, Josh.
Okay.
And as you approach, there's something very familiar now about this doorway, and it is indeed a door. It is
Okay.
indeed what you saw before. However, it looks very organic, made out of, well, living wood and living bark and living plant, not something that's been carved up.
Is this where the bookcase would have been?
It's right where the bookcase would have been.
Okay. All right. Well, I will listen and smell. If I can have any idea what's on the other side.
So, I don't know if you remember, but when you were listening and smelling before, you had kind of smelled that organic sort of smell.
Right.
Now that you're at this doorway, what you smell is the familiar scent of oils and machinery. And listening, well, you think what you hear is machinery.
Okay.
Is there any gaps in this door? Any keyhole or anything like that?
Nothing obvious.
Okay. I will go very flat.
Mm-hmm.
Firstly, I say I hear and smell machinery.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this does lead to another world.
I'm gonna
Not the world I was expecting, but anything's better than the centipedes. So I go very flat and I see if I can slither in under the door or around the door.
So as you begin to make yourself thinner, you spread your molecules along the edge of this doorway, and you begin to move around.
Right.
And eventually you do come to what seems to be a crevice through which you might be able to enter, should you wish to go forward.
And as he does that, I'll send a nanite drone so I can see.
I'm gonna say, how small are your nanite drones?
They're microscopic, technically, because they form, in order to form all the different things that they do, they form stuff on a molecular level.
Okay, so in that case, I'm going to say that you're going to be able to follow after him, but he's going to have to go through first. It is that narrow.
Not a problem.
Okay,
Okay.
so go ahead. And so, Elasticized Man, are you feeding yourself in through?
I'm feeding my head through
Mm-hmm.
so I can look with my eyes and listen with my ears,
Mm-hmm.
and then I just do like a 3-second look.
So as you peek in through there and you get like a very quick look, what you look like, what it appears that you're looking at is some sort of basement filled with mechanical machinery.
Okay.
And
All
that's
right.
about all you can get after 3 seconds, and then you pull out. And you hear a
Okay.
lot of it. You can kind of smell it.
I think it's Gyro Gearloose's basement. There's just a lot of machinery in there. I don't know what it does.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to send your nanites in there, you might get a better view than I did.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll do that. Send some drones in.
So you send the drones in, and the feed, which I assume you kind of send back and you display for everybody like in some sort of holographic kind of
Yeah,
like
I'll do it that
setup.
way.
It looks like what you're looking at is an incredibly dense labyrinth or maze filled with machinery,
Mhm.
not unlike, from what you're seeing quickly, Josh, not unlike the setup of the maze on the other side of the pineapple map.
Okay. So, all right. I think we're in a different place than I anticipated. But we may as well go in because we're kind of stuck doing that anyhow, unless we want to live with centipedes for the rest of our very short lives. So, shall I open the door?
Why not?
Yep,
Okay,
do it.
I form my feet into door stoppers.
Mm-hmm. And you do
So
your
the
thing
door
again.
won't open more than a few inches.
Mm-hmm.
And then I turn the knob.
Mm-hmm.
Does
And
it turn?
yeah, it turns,
Uh-huh.
and then as a matter of fact, it just opens and there's nothing. You're assaulted by the sounds of machinery as it's
Right.
grinding
Okay.
away, dynamos, but nothing that appears to be, on the offense against you.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I will remove my door stopper feet from the way, and I will
And
just
now, as you enter, or as you open the door, what you appear to be looking into is just almost a basement filled with machinery, except for the fact that the twists and turns as you look along follow the twists and turns of the beginning of the map on this side.
Okay. So have we met the pine? Have we got to the pineapple yet?
You have been kind of skirting around the pineapple.
Okay. All right. Well,
Sounds
we will.
very bizarre and surreal.
I know, we will continue on our way.
So as you begin to move along, you're just impressed by the sounds that you hear, and there are several moments where like you guys actually have to cover your ears as you move and twist through turns within that actually.
I'll just have my ears flap shut.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That actually like are just assaulting you with noise and sound, and you continue to follow your way through and thread your way until you come to. Well, let me ask you this. Are you heading towards the pineapple, or are you going to head towards the end, which is like a mile and a half or 2 miles away, according to like.
I assume we're going to the pineapple, no?
That would be the plan.
Fine.
Okay.
Okay. So as you head that.
Another thing, are we sure these machines are all friendly?
They look like machines.
Yeah, okay.
They don't look like anything that is friendly or unfriendly or anything at all.
Okay, great.
So you thread your way through, and rather than going towards the end of that maze, you're going toward the pineapple part of the maze, and eventually you make your way into what is a huge chamber, which does indeed look like, well, you wouldn't have known this unless you were actually looking at the map, but it does indeed resemble a pineapple. And you look up at the ceiling, and the ceiling looks like it's just made out of grills and grates and things like that, and it's very thick with dust and soot, as if there's been something over the years that had been falling down through like the grills and the grates and making its way.
Can we analyze it? Or can I analyze it?
You could if you want. What do you use to make that analysis?
Again, that's what the nanites are for. That's what my dark system is all about.
Go ahead and make the roll then.
Should I make reason or should I make alien studies?
We'll call it alien. Make reason. Make a reason roll. What's
It's
your?
It's a remarkable.
Yeah.
Talent. And I rolled a 99.
Nice.
Whoa.
This is the burnt up ash of that substance. That pure substance. This, whatever it is, you sort of get the idea that you're inside of a large machine. And it's burning up and fueled by. It's fueled by and burning. Whatever this powdery substance is.
Okay, so that presumably the ash is then inert. Doesn't actually
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we've got to find out where the fuel is, the unburned fuel. If we want.
Are they burning the pure substance? Does it rely if they're burning the pure substance or the refined substance?
The feeling that you're getting is, oh, that's a really good question. I'm going to say it's the pure substance. It's not the refined substance. I know we're getting really deep into the into world building here, and I wasn't I had always thought about that question, but I wasn't totally prepared for it. I'm going to just say the raw substance.
Okay. You got a bunch of writers here, dude.
I know, right? I know. It's true. So
Yeah,
what's the next step?
I was running a game of D&D once, and I had one of those annoying players. I said, well, there's a clump of trees on your right. What kind of trees?
What kind of trees?
Yeah.
What season is it?
Aspens.
What kind of a year did we have? Was it a rainy year last year, or was it dry?
Yeah. Exactly, that kind of thing. They're freaking trees.
Right. Sometimes a tree is just a tree.
Yeah.
So what is your next step? What you're looking at is a large pineapple-shaped room with grills and grates that appear to be dropping ash down.
I think we should just move towards our goal. Staying.
Our goal is the exit then.
Right. Our goal is to exit and to find the unrefined material.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I'm gonna, continue to move to that goal and basically, more or less, I guess, keeping my head on a swivel in case something else attacks us.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. You continue through the labyrinth until you come, according to the map, finally and ultimately to the end. And what you find as you come to the end is that you are at the actual end now of the leaf. And as you move into the end of this machinery, this mechanical labyrinth, you look up into the sky, and now the aurora is there. And you walk down into an area in which there is a pool of the purest looking chlorophyllc substance that you've ever seen. And sitting oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sitting.
I was just going to say, presumably this stuff is deadly poison because it's so powerful.
Presumably.
Yeah. Okay.
And sitting on the edge is a molten glass figure
Hmm.
with a staff staring into
Hmm.
this blue-green pool. And he looks
Okay.
up at the three of you.
I'm clearly the most harmless looking one of us.
You are.
Yeah.
I'm a little dangerous.
Oh.
And then
And your tactical vest and boonie hat and mysterious weapons.
he
Yeah.
leans forward, stands, and now he's walking with the gait
Uh-huh.
of an older gentleman
Uh-huh.
with his staff, and he's approaching the three of you.
How far away is he right now?
He's as far as maybe you want him to be, because I will allow you. I mean, he could be 50 feet, maybe even 100 feet away if you want to approach with
Okay.
such caution.
Okay.
Uh,
I call out, are you my Uncle Arthur?
When that happens, he stops,
Uh-huh.
and what you see is the magma glass beginning to ripple
Uh-huh.
and unfold as if it were origami. And slowly, beneath this rippling magma glass, what is revealed, sure enough, is your Uncle Artie,
Okay.
who shakes his head.
Hi, I'm Josh. I don't know if you even remember me.
He begins to walk forward with that
Uh,
slow gait, carefully looking at you, looking at Solo, looking at the Cavalier. Yes, Josh, I do remember you. What? You finally made it.
well, many years have passed on Earth. I don't know how long you've been here.
He
Uh,
he looks down at the pool as if all those years are contained within the pool.
mhm.
And he shakes his head.
Well,
Well,
is there anything we can do for you?
I am here to protect this pool. I'm here to make sure that gate stays sealed. And I've been waiting all of these years for you, to come and to help me shut down that gate. I couldn't do it on my own.
How do we shut it? And do we shut the gate to Earth? Do we shut the gate from out of your bedroom?
The gate between my bedroom
Uh-huh.
and here was once a bridge for good, for
Uh-huh.
communication. But now, I fear with the coming war, I fear it's a bridge that could be used for evil and for invasion,
Mhm.
which is why the operati want access to this pool. This
All right, but
pool,
the apparati are already in a world which can access the labyrinth.
they can access the labyrinth, but they can't necessarily get through it.
All right.
And so that's why we need to shut that doorway. And so they send through people like you and people like your friends in order to find access to this pure substance, this controlled substance,
Mm.
this fountain that could be harnessed and used to move back and forth between the worlds.
Mhm.
They want to jam that door open.
Right.
And
So how do we shut it?
Well, you make a sacrifice.
Oh, right.
But here's the...
Hey, I think my friend Weasel is going to be at my place soon.
He chuckles when you say that.
Yeah,
Just, and and just what is that sacrifice?
yeah. Does one of us have to turn into an apparati? Does one of us have to die?
You consume the substance,
All right.
and
Which
then
will
you
kill us.
use the substance in order to
Oh.
close the gate. But the truth is, I've been waiting for you to come. They've sent many through here,
Mhm.
and I've used the substance, a small amount, to send them safely somewhere else where they'll be missing forever.
Mhm.
The operati think they're dead, the villagers think they're dead, but actually they're someplace safe. And slowly, one by one, I've been moving the villagers out. But the problem is, I can't trust them. I can't trust them. They're not warriors. They're not
Mhm.
ready for what's coming. But you, I think, are ready. You and maybe your friends. I wasn't anticipating them, but I'm happy to see that you're already forming.
All right. What war is coming? Is this the apparati or is it something else?
The
This
operati
war of others.
are coming to Earth.
All right.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you and your friends back to Earth, and then I'm going to close the gate myself. But this is the last you'll ever see of me. And I need you to read and look through what's in that book, because it will be vital in the coming war.
The journal or your diary?
The journal.
All
And
right.
he explains to you that's a journal that he actually had sent to you by the envoy.
Mhm. All right.
So,
All right.
Before he sends us away, I asked him, I said, so do you know who I am, old man?
he chuckles. I've read the newspaper, at least in my own time. I know who you are.
So if you know about the war of the others, what do you got for me? Apparently, I'm supposed to be here for a reason too.
He looks down. You will all each find your own reasons and your own missions in this war. However, I can tell you, son, that, well, if each one of you is gathered here, then you very much, you young man, and you young man, and you young man, each one of you has a role to play. I can't tell you what that is, but maybe if the three of you stick together, maybe you'll figure out your role. And I know those reports. I know that they're not true.
Hmm.
But someday you'll harness, each one of you, as a matter of fact, each one of you young fellows. I've forgotten Canadian Cavalier. You're young too, right?
Late 20s.
Each one of you.
Still down as close to 100 years old, but yeah.
Okay. Each one of you will find your roles. Please, you're only here to know that I was here, and now I'll send you back, and I'll close the gate behind you. But make sure that you read that diary, read that journal carefully.
Yes. I noticed that the diary is missing all its pages.
Odd.
Are they important? Can I find them somewhere?
I don't know why that would be.
Hmm.
Missing pages, you say?
All of the pages.
All of the pages, you say?
It's just the binding now.
Oh no. Oh no. I don't know what to tell you, but the gate must be closed.
All right. Well,
You
let's
need to go
take
back.
care of that now. All right. Well, thank you, Uncle Artie. I am relieved to know that you're you're still here, that you're, that you haven't been lost, and that you have a purpose. Maybe I'll find one too.
You will find that purpose. And as he says this, he steps back, and when he begins to fold and turn,
Mhm.
what you realize is that he actually has the same ability that you have, just at probably a very different level, maybe at a more
Okay.
trained level.
Okay.
He's actually as elasticized as you, except he's learned somehow to change the colors of his molecules and things like that, so that he actually looks very much like
Right.
whatever it is.
Right.
And for a moment, as he backs up and folds up, he turns into you.
Okay.
He smiles, and then he turns into an older visage,
Mm-hmm.
probably his true self.
Mm-hmm.
And now with that, he asks if the three of you are ready to go back, ready to start preparing defenses for the war.
Absolutely.
It's what I've been doing all along, old man. So yeah, let's do it.
Find those pages, Joshua. Talk to the
All right.
envoy. He'll be a very good source of information and very loyal. So long
right,
as you keep paying him the same rate I was paying him.
So far as I can see, that shouldn't be a problem.
And so with that, he focuses his hands together. And what you start to see are ripples, like ripples in the air when you're pumping gasoline. And the weave and fabric of space and time begin to distort.
Mm-hmm.
And these bubbles form around the three of you. And as this happens, you all see nothing but darkness. And then you feel every molecule in your body as it's broken down, disassembled, and then launched straight up out of the labyrinth. And you begin to feel as if you're moving through a tunnel that's twisting and turning and distorting. And as you look down, what you see is Vagaver, the central sphere moon, surrounded by 4 concentric circles. And on that vine, what you see is an immense explosion of light. And you continue to twist and turn as if you're moving through some sort of conduit in time and space, over and over
All
and
right.
over again.
Was it Newtown that exploded?
You're guessing it was probably that area. Whether or not it
Yeah.
was the whole of Newtown, you're not really sure.
Okay.
And then suddenly, you're moving through the aurora, and again, you're in that conduit, and what you see is a small... Oh, wait, you shoot past it, and it's just a large planetoid of ice. And then you see several other planets, one way off in that direction, one way over there. You look around and you can see the molecularized version of your companions moving neck and neck with you as if in a horse race as you head back toward Earth.
Is the dog still with us?
Oh, it is if you want it to be.
Oh, sure.
And
I've always wanted a pet.
you see a large tongue, thousands of miles long in molecularly speaking, as it continues behind you, happily moving and twisting and lolling in its mouth. And then you zoom in on Earth, you zoom in on the United States, you start to zoom in on New England, you see yourselves heading towards Massachusetts, Boston, and then centering in on Cambridge, until finally, suddenly, the 4 of you, including your pet dog, are now standing on the roof of the mansion that you were just the inheritor of. And then above you, something closes, and just as it closes, you hear an explosion. A delayed explosion from whatever that bright light was. And all 4 of you are on the roof of your Cambridge mansion.
All right. Well, welcome to stately Wayne Manor.
You guys may have found your headquarters now.
Yeah.
Every superhero group is going to need their headquarters.
Right.
Okay.
Particularly with a giant dog to defend it.
Yes, and you see your giant
I'll
dog
never
lolling
see
around,
that coming. Yeah.
and it's just lolling with like just its saliva. Ropes of saliva are flying over the edge, and they're landing
Okay.
like in buckets on the ground.
We got
as
any
it's-
clue how to get off this damn roof?
Yeah, there's a doorway,
Okay. All right.
and so I believe with this we're going to iris out.
Hmm.
Nice.
And it looks like
Yeah.
at least 3 and maybe 4, if you count the dog, of our of our team are now assembled, sent
Okay.
back by your Uncle Artie. I want to thank everybody out there for watching through all 4.5 hours of this. I thought it was going to be a 3-hour adventure, and I want to thank my players most of all for putting up with my silliness and apologize for the drop in the internet. I don't know what caused that, but at any rate. Thank you all very much. If you like what you saw, please
Thanks,
like and
guys.
subscribe. And come on back because in 3 or 4 weeks we're going to have a giant crossover where everybody's you're going to have no idea what's going to happen. Thank you very much. Everybody have
Neither do we.
a very good night.
All right. Thanks. Good night.
Good night.